good to go.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It is convening of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. We have a big agenda ahead of us. We are holding this meeting virtually, and so I will do a roll call. Good morning, Commissioner O'Brien.
Good morning. I am here.
Good morning, Commissioner Hill.
Good morning, I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioner Skinner.
Good morning.
And good morning, Commissioner Maynard.
Good morning, I'm here.
Okay, we'll get started. This is already May 8th, 2023. It's public meeting number 451. And we do not have any minutes today. I want to confirm that that's the case, Commissioner Hill. So we're going to move right into our administrative update. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Sorry, I was just checking on the volume. So for the administrative update, I thought I would turn it over to Director Band because he has an update regarding Better and their launch. Bruce, are you ready for that?
Yes, I am. I was actually contacted Better yesterday, and they had notified me that they plan to launch this evening after they're running some tests on all their software, and that later in the day today that they would be launching.
So we're moving along. We still have Bally's and what is the other one, Bruce?
That way.
That way.
Yes.
All right. So we should be adding. They'll be launching.
And Fanatics still too. That be next week.
Any questions for Bruce on that update? In other words, Bruce, they had met all of our requirements. It really was up to them when they were going to.
Yes, we issued the certificate of operation about a week or so ago, and they were just waiting for the Google approval to get that all stuff online and everything, and testing everything on their software and that kind of issue.
Well, excellent. So all set, commissioners. Any other update at this time, Karen?
No, that's it for today. Thank you.
Okay. So we're going to turn to item number 3 on our agenda, and this is the independent monitor report. This stems from an early decision in 2019, and independent monitor is Alejandra Montenegro Alamonte, and I never do your name justice. I can't even blame the French Canadian in me on that, Alejandra. So I will allow you to introduce yourself and your team. But we have worked closely with this law firm and team, and Alejandra is the appointed independent monitor. We look forward to your report today, which is included in the public packet, and you do have a PowerPoint for us. So thank you. Welcome.
We do. Thank you very much for the introduction, Madam Chair, and thank you to all the commissioners for your time today. It's always a pleasure for us to be able to have these discussions with you on the company's progress with respect to its HRCP. I want to just again briefly introduce Preston Pugh and Ann Sultan, who are members of the team who are joining me today. As I mentioned earlier to you, the rest of the team, unfortunately, due to some scheduling conflicts, is not going to be able to join today's hearing. But I do want to thank particularly Catherine Pappas, Nicole Gokchavai, and Alex Bolyu, who of course continue to contribute meaningfully to this project and including this report. So today we're going to be talking about the last phase, the latest phase of our report, which is really closing out year 3. We call this phase 4. We had our first phase, which was the baseline, and then 3 subsequent follow-up phases. We are aware that not all of the commissioners have been with us from the beginning, so we will take a bit of time, not too much because we want to be respectful of the agenda, to take a look back. We also think, given where we are in the company's progress, it's always important to look back to see how far along the company has come and to help you gauge our assessment of where we continue to see some areas of development opportunities. So Anne will be sharing the presentation, and if Anne, if you can move to the agenda so we can telegraph what we will be discussing today. Thank you. You can go to the agenda slide, Anne, that would be great. So we're going to start first by just briefly looking at some key points of the decision in order. We're going to walk you through the enhancements that the company already had underway before we commenced the monitorship. We'll remind everyone what the goals of the monitorship are. We'll have an overview, brief overview of the timeline since commencing the monitorship to where we are today. A high-level overview of our overall process, key themes, and we've divided the elements of the program in two categories. One, where we see the HRCP is already maturing, and HRCP, of course, is the Human Resources Compliance Program, where we see that the design, the implementation is well underway, and we're starting to see indications of the company really taking ownership and continuing to embed those elements on their own. And then developing areas where progress is being made, we're seeing meaningful and important changes, but where we still see, as is normal in this phase of the monitorship, still some areas where we hope to see further maturing. If we can turn to the decision in order. So since the very beginning, of course, the decision in order has been the guidepost to our engagement. It defines our scope, and since inception has really focused us on what we understand have been the Commission's key areas of concerns coming out of the IEB investigation and as reflected in the decision in order itself. The decision in order starts by requiring clearly written policies and procedures, which the company has had in place even before we joined, that articulate the company's standards and expectations specifically as they relate to sexual harassment and discrimination matters, but also areas that are adjacent to that, particularly as they relate to the findings in the decision in order. And in that realm, the DNO also calls for the company to demonstrate what it refers to in the decision in order as reform, a change of the company's state of mind. And we think that's really important because that language, that expectation that the company demonstrate reform through change in its state of mind, really reflects in the decision in order the well-established principle that an effective compliance program must have more than just written policies and procedures. It needs to be a living program, a dynamic program that requires leadership culture, governance structure that will look not only to ensure the adherence to the literal words of the policies and procedures, but also where the company and leadership will work to foster what we refer to as a values-based decision-making. And that is leadership that looks beyond the four corners of the written policy to understand the why behind the written policy directives. For that reason, throughout the entirety of the monitorship, the monitor team is focused not only on the company's efforts to build the program by updating its policies and procedures, but we've also focused on structural and substantive changes at the board, the audit and compliance committee, and the C-suite, and on identifying, particularly at those bodies, because the culture starts at the top, right? On identifying conduct that reflects the type of reform that the DNO, that the decision in order calls for. It's really important to remind everyone that our monitorship has been and continues to be forward-looking. You've heard us say this many times that our role is not to reopen or reinvestigate the past. That said, we do periodically look to the past in order to be able to answer the principal question that led us here today, which is to ensure that the root cause that permitted the events that brought us here to occur in the first instance have been remediated by the company. That's the threshold question that we're trying to answer and the reason that we'll periodically look back to those events. So moving on to the key findings, that's really where we start. That's where our look back begins. To look at key findings that were identified in the decision in order as the root cause of the conduct that ultimately led to the commission's decision in order and to the appointment of the monitorship. So first, we have them here. I don't need to read them word for word, but it's generally looking at the people in the organization, particularly at senior levels, who were aware of misconduct that was occurring. And according to the decision in order, collectively deferred to authority in charge at the time, were driven by loyalty to people versus the best interests of the company, and ultimately identified significant conflicts of interest as a result of those relationships, including conflicts of interest with external counsel who were representing both the company and individuals in the organization on some of these issues. Overall, the decision in order concluded that it becomes clear that these violations of corporate policy served as the leading cause in the overall corporate systemic failures that it identified at that time. So when we read those observations in the aggregate, the theme that emerges for us as a team is what existed then, and I want to make that distinction clear, right? What distinction at that time was a general lack of oversight, a lack of independence in key compliance functions, and ultimately a lack of accountability to the organization itself. So as I noted at the outset, the company had already in place policies and procedures that prohibited sexual harassment. It had trainings that instructed employees on these policies. It had a reporting line. It had an investigation protocol, all of which, based on the decision and order, seemed to not be adhered to in at least 7 separate instances, which are detailed in the decision and order. So again, we come back to these instances to ensure that the root cause underlying these prior issues are being addressed by the company, not only in how it implements the letter of its policies, but also that it takes decisions consistent with the objectives that underline those policies. If we can go to slide 5. So the company did get and should get a lot of credit for actions that it took before we even joined as the monitor team. They made a number of important enhancements that are have been recognized by the commission and have been recognized by us. They, of course, split the role of the CEO and the chairman of the board, which is critical to ensuring independence between the board and management. It refreshed the board of directors, increasing gender diversity and general background of experiences that we think have really bolstered and enhanced the oversight that the board brings generally, including on these issues. It named a new chair, appointed new senior management. It created the compliance committee comprised of independent individuals, which is important given the role that the compliance committee plays in the oversight of this program, which we'll talk about later, to have individuals that are independent in those roles. It's implemented policy and organizational changes, which we have talked about and will continue to discuss. And it's really increased community engagement and volunteerism, which we think is an important indicator of where the company's values lie, and also a reflection of caring for its employees and the communities in which it operates. The goals of the monitorship, this is a slide that I think is all too familiar now to the commission, since we do come back to it at each presentation. It still holds true today, and these are the principles that have guided us and will continue to guide us as a goal for what we ultimately want to achieve. And that is to ensure, of course, human resources policies and procedures and governance structures that are designed to prevent, detect, and respond to violations in sexual harassment, discrimination particularly. Ensure that the HRCP mitigates the specific risks of sexual harassment and discrimination that are particular to the company and compromise its employees' welfare, safety, and security. Ensure that the company maintains a controls environment with respect to engagement of and payment to third parties, in this case, external counsel or other similar third parties that may be relevant to our review. Ensure generally that the company has an ethical business culture and that it encourages speaking up and transparency at all levels of the organization, and that it ensures an uncompromised implementation of the HRCP. And for us, that was very critical given the somewhat exceptionalism that seemed to apply historically. Want to make sure that that no longer reemerges within the organization. And of course, critically, that all of the efforts that the company has been putting into this, the HRCP, the business culture and structures that are being reformed, that they survive beyond the term of the monitorship and safeguard the public trust. So just very briefly, we did want to provide a timeline. Monitorships are, by their nature, difficult for any operation. The company has done this through COVID. It has done this through closures, through managing some pretty significant events internally, including what you see here in orange boxes, turnover in some pretty important roles, particularly in HR roles. We've had changes in the CEO role. So we provide that context. We think it's important and really does accrue to the company's credit in continuing to focus and demonstrate a commitment and effort in moving this process along while dealing with internal changes as well. So particularly for commissioners and others who may not be familiar with our process from the beginning, we wanted to provide a general overview of what it is, how it is that we go about our monitoring activity. We began in what we call phase 1, which was the baseline assessment, to review the facts that were underlying the commission's decision in order, again, not through reinvestigation, but just understand them based on the documents that were provided to us. We wanted to understand the company's structure and operation and assess the effectiveness of its already existing program. And it's important for us to have really taken the time to understand the company, because no compliance program is effective if it's not designed to fit the operations that it governs. At the end of that baseline assessment, we identified a number of enhancements that were already in place and identified recommendations and opportunities of ways that the company could continue to build upon its efforts. In phases 2 and 3, we continued to review documentation. We interviewed individuals, and this is true in all phases, and conducted focus groups that helped us really identify whether or not the changes that had been made, the manner in which the recommendations were being implemented, were addressing the risks identified and the underlying concerns that were identified in the decision and order. The design and implementation largely occurred in phases 2 and 3. As I said earlier, the company is well underway in developing and implementing its program. Where we are now is really a pivotal time, which is where we focus more on the company's actual carrying out of the program itself. So how it is applying its policies, how it's applying its procedures, how it's carrying out its trainings. And at this time and going forward, what we want to see is the company start taking or increasing its ownership of the program, being as responsive and reactive to observations and recommendations that we've made, and really demonstrating that it is going to be carrying this program forward in a way that continues to keep it relevant and sustainable. I want to, again, and I think you've heard me say this in other presentations as well, really reiterate the cooperation that we've received from the company during each of these phases. We make a number of document requests. We ask for data. They help us coordinate dozens of interviews. They've helped us coordinate dozens of focus groups at both properties. That's not easy to do, especially when everyone has an actual full-time job that they're trying to do in parallel. And we appreciate the company's efforts and cooperations with us in that regard. We work together with the company to try to minimize disruption and complete this work as efficiently as we can. So for instance, in each phase, we communicate the goals of each phase to the company. We coordinate with the company on timing to make sure that we're not conducting interviews during high activity periods, for instance, and have welcomed company personnel to attend interviews of current employees. Focus groups we conduct on our own, but do have, of course, briefing sessions with the company to give them immediate feedback on what we're hearing. To keep the trains moving, the company has, particularly in the earlier phases, submitted drafts of policies and procedures for our review, even before our reports are due, so that they have the benefit of our real-time feedback and assessment to make this, again, just as quickly as possible. And we have also scheduled regular standing meetings with the company to discuss progress of their enhancements. We sit in and observe some routine meetings that the company has as well. And that's a way that we get to see how the program is actually taking life. And I neglected to say that you should, of course, interrupt with questions if you want me to clarify anything. I love to engage with questions as they come up.
Commissioners, so we can hold our questions as appropriate, but if there's something in particular, I think Alejandra's given us permission for anything particular to go right ahead and interrupt. We, of course, can't see all the faces. Alejandra's disadvantaged over that too. So just speak up. Thank you.
So if we move now to key themes, we wanted to summarize, we do go into a bit of detail and you all have the benefit of our reports as well ahead of time, but we wanted to really call out some key themes for you. And really what I hope you take away from these themes is what you've already heard me say, is that the company truly has made and continues to make meaningful progress in all of the areas that you addressed in the decision and order. Part of the exercise of dividing the elements into maturing and developing is also to provide a visual representation of how much has been done versus where progress still needs to be made. So since the beginning, the company has strengthened its compliance committee through the addition of a new member with relevant HR experience. We have heard from the committee and other members of the company that really has led to a deepening of the level of engagement that the compliance committee is able to have on these issues. It's enhanced its policies and procedures to identify its particular risks, to reflect some of the recommendations that we've made, including an investigation and discrimination allegations, and particularly also with respect to harassment and discrimination by third parties, which includes guests. Expanding on employee trainings, the company has continued really over the last 3 years to refresh its training on sexual harassment and discrimination, not just to line employees, but management, supervisor, board, and compliance committee as well. And that includes focusing not just on Nevada law, but also on Massachusetts law as well on these areas. It's really increased its communication on issues related to sexual harassment and discrimination. And this, I think, is one of the areas where we've seen the program most take off. It's taken a very thoughtful and programmatic approach to how it's leveraging existing communication channels with employees through the intranet that the company uses, shift briefings with employees as they're coming in, videos, trainings, taking a very signage in back of house, layered approach to reinforcing its expectations and its commitment on these issues. And importantly, it's also developed and implemented an annual HRCP risk assessment process that is both qualitative and quantitative, and classifies the company's risk profile for each of the categories of employees that it has. And we'll talk about that more in a bit. A common challenge that companies have with respect to compliance in all areas is how to continue to monitor progress. And one of the things that we talk about with the company is the importance of continuing to monitor their compliance program and ensure that they continue to keep it fresh. And so some of the areas where we continue to focus are really around culture and conduct at the top, right? Just that culture setting from the board, executive leadership, down through management and supervisors throughout the organization. Proper authority, oversight, and independence. And what that means is ensuring that compliance-facing roles within the organization all have the ability and authority to act independently, not just for implementing the program, but also for raising their hand and putting a stop to questioning should any misconduct arise or allegations of misconduct arise. Training and guidance, internal reporting and investigations, and incentive and discipline. And the areas of development within each of those categories are pretty limited, but wanted to give you a sense of the categories of which we'll be focusing on moving forward. When we talk about culture, conduct, and compliance, I want to distinguish between a commitment to the program, which you'll hear me say later, is sincerely communicated to us, and we see that through the company support of the HRCP. The company now is at a stage where, as I've said, we're moving past just designing and starting to build out the program, but really driving it. And so what we want to see is senior leadership demonstrate full understanding and ownership over some of the core issues that underlie your concerns and are principles behind the policies and procedures that they've rolled out. And we'll talk about some examples there. We also welcome the company's recent expression in wanting to engage more directly on this dimension with us. There's a lot that we don't have visibility into, and we appreciate the company's openness to engage with us at higher levels of the organization more consistently, so that we can continue to see the values-based leadership that we're eager to continue to see. If we can move on, I will now hand it over to Anne, who will start walking us through some of the maturing areas of the HRCP.
Thanks, Alejandra, and it's great to see you all, commissioners. So as Alejandra said, now we'll talk about the maturing areas of WIN's HRCP. Here is where we've observed the greatest level of program maturity and development. And as has been our approach throughout the monitorship, we assess the company's HRCP against relevant regulatory guidance, including from the EEOC and the DOJ and the Commission's 2019 decision and order. As I go through the slides, you will see examples of DOJ and EEOC guidance on the left of each slide. And at the top, we have selected snippets of language from the Commission's decision order that speak to each topic, but these are just samples, of course. We'll go through the various topic areas in the same order as we've structured our reports in the past from prior phases. So you'll recognize the headings, which Alejandra just went through at a high level. So starting with culture of compliance and conduct at the top. In evaluating compliance programs, the DOJ highlights the importance of high-level commitment by company leadership, and the DOJ expects senior leadership to clearly articulate the company's standards and demonstrate adherence, and it expects middle management to reinforce those standards. So to that end, in this phase 4, we looked at messaging from senior and middle management through policies and otherwise. We were very pleased to observe that the company has now developed a communications plan with the objective of increasing its speak up culture, and that certain senior leaders at both EBH and in Las Vegas have taken a very proactive approach to engaging with employees throughout the company. So for example, Jenny Holliday, the president at EBH, conducted town halls with employees, and Brian Gulbrandt, the former president of EBH, who then became the president at Wynn Las Vegas and is now the COO of Wynn Resorts Limited, sent daily messages to employees to underscore the company's values. Jenny Holliday and the team at EBH have continued to send those daily messages even after Mr. Gulbrandt left. And we've also seen some meaningful public statements about compliance generally by the chair of the board and the company's chief global compliance officer. So those are just some examples. In terms of middle management, in this phase 4, we continued to observe the messaging from senior management trickle to employees through middle management, through in particular daily pre-shift meetings for each department, which were a very good way to get everybody together and discuss certain topics of importance. Paramount to the evaluation of any company's culture of compliance and conduct at the top is really the governance structure that guides the upper level of the company. The MGC's decision order specifically instructed the monitor to assess the structure and effectiveness of the company's compliance committee and the audit committee, as well as related trainings for members of both of those committees. And to that end, we looked closely at the division of responsibilities between the board and the audit committee and the compliance committee. We've observed multiple meetings of the compliance committee at this point, including since the company added the additional member with HR expertise on our recommendation. And since the first meeting observed by the monitor team, the compliance committee has progressed its oversight significantly by asking more probing questions related to ongoing and settled investigations, by focusing more intensely on trends analyses, and demonstrating increased direct engagement with the chief global compliance officer and the EVP of HR. At this point, the monitor team considers that the compliance committee operates with the degree of independence that is necessary to fulfill its oversight and advisory responsibility to the board, including with respect to the HRCP. And as Alejandra will discuss a little later, there was a recent formalization of a delegation of responsibility of the HRCP oversight from the board to the compliance committee. In addition, the company has now provided HRCP related training to the board, which covers Massachusetts specific nuances and also covers the board's responsibilities as to HRCP, both positive developments. And to pull this topic together holistically, in assessing an organization's culture of compliance and the conduct at the top, the EEOC considers that it's really critical for a company to have allocated sufficient resources in the form of headcount and time and otherwise for harassment prevention efforts, assessing harassment risk factors, and taking steps to minimize those risks. Without the resources, of course, the work can't get done. And overall, we've seen that the company has demonstrated progress with respect to its allocation of resources, and that the company has assessed and taken steps to minimize the identified risk factors. As Alejandra mentioned, the company has experienced significant turnover in HR at EBH, but has made strides in filling open positions in those and other HRCP facing vacancies. In terms of time allocation, we noted that employee relations personnel within the HR function in both Boston and Las Vegas meet monthly to review cases together, and that those cases are also reviewed with the compliance committee, which has actively engaged on the reports that they receive. The company also has a cross-functional policy review committee that meets periodically to review all HRCP policies and discuss any sort of changes or updates that might be necessary. The company has also taken concrete steps to identify and mitigate the risks that are known to it. Last year, the company conducted its own focus groups to better understand HRCP weaknesses and was sharing those findings with the monitor team. To mitigate identified risks, the company has, for example, in Boston and in Las Vegas now rolled out trainings to address certain of the risks that it noted, such as in connection with interactions with guests and with human trafficking. On the topic of proper authority, oversight, and independence, going into this phase 4 assessment, our goal was still to ensure that the company has a governance structure in place that gives proper authority and oversight responsibilities to the various functions that are in charge of HRCP, and that all of those functions can operate effectively and independently. We've noted that during this monitorship, the company has sought to define and give additional structure to the governance of its HRCP, including through the responsibilities of the Chief Global Compliance Officer, who was hired in 2021 and took a greater role with respect to the company's HRCP than the prior Chief Global Compliance Officer. Among other things, he is now charged with helping to report on investigations to the Compliance Committee. And the company also, as noted before, expanded the Compliance Committee with an additional member with substantive and substantial HR expertise, which we've been very pleased to see. We've heard that the new member's HR experience has been a welcome addition to the company and the committee, and are happy to know that the benefits are recognized and are taking root. Going forward on this topic, we will continue testing overall resource allocation and the distribution of responsibilities, especially in light of the company's evaluation of the same that it conducted in December of 2022, so just a few months ago. On policies and procedures, pursuant to the decision order, the monitor was tasked with assessing the implementation of and compliance with all HR policies that reflect current best practices. The EEOC and the DOJ emphasize the need for robust policies that are clear, that are accessible, and that are trained upon. Over the course of the monitorship, we have focused on the design, implementation, and effectiveness of the company's policy landscape. The company has made significant enhancements to its preventing harassment and discrimination policy, to its code of business ethics, its personal relationships and conflicts of interest policies, and employee interactions with guests and third third parties policy. Policies remain accessible to employees via an online portal called The Wire. And the company also holds English as a second language courses now to help employees understand more of the policies and the directions that they're receiving. It will be important for us to test the consistent and uniform adherence to the rules and requirements set forth in the company's various policies and procedures to ensure their effectiveness and sustainability. For example, the company recently revised the scope of applicability for the personal relationships policy to include third parties. And so in the next phase of review, we will be testing whether the onboarding process for third parties includes a disclosure of any potential conflicts of interest, as well as appropriate mitigation for any conflicts that are identified. The company has also continued to take a programmatic approach towards increasing awareness of key HRCP policies through year-long communications campaigns that are designed to reinforce the themes from the core policies. We've reviewed the 2023 and 2024 communications calendars and see the company continuing to make this effort. We also commend the company for launching its 2024 communications calendar ahead of time, as it shows forward thinking. The company is also leveraging its employee engagement function to ensure ongoing communication of HRCP policies using creative channels in the back of house, such as QR codes that people can scan on their phones, posters and banners, also compliance pop-up events, which include quizzes and prizes to attract participation and often feature more senior leaders attending the events as well. On training and guidance, as a decision and order states, regardless of how well-written a policy or protocol is, it is only meaningful if it is properly implemented and communicated by management. So with that in mind, we continue to assess training and guidance against DOJ and EEOC guidance on the same topic. The company continues with its annual compliance trainings on HRCP topics, including harassment and discrimination, personal relationships, conflict of interest, and employee interactions with guests and third parties. And I believe we've reported on these in the past. New employees also receive in-person compliance training now, and the company's Chief Global Compliance Officer provides an introductory message to all employees during that orientation to reinforce the importance of compliance writ large. In addition to general trainings, the company has developed trainings that are tailored to its specific risk profile. So for example, the employee interaction with guest policy targets at-risk employees in the food and beverage department. In 2022, the company introduced trainings that address the responsibility of leaders to set the right tone for their employees and promote a respectful work environment. We understand the training focuses on general management skills, but also addresses how leaders are expected to escalate potential policy violations or behavioral issues to employee relations, including conducting investigations for reports of non-harassment or discrimination allegations. The company tests training effectiveness through surveys to identify new training opportunities. The harassment and discrimination training now also includes knowledge tests to inform training reinforcement decisions. And the company has also facilitated the timely completion of trainings, providing employees with various incentives as well as iPads and other devices on which to complete the training. The decision and order specifically mandates that the monitor team assess training programs for new and current members of the board of directors. And to this end, we note that the board received substantive HRCP training in August of 2022, so last summer, and that this training included a discussion of the board's roles and responsibilities vis-a-vis the HRCP. And lastly, on training and guidance, in our very first assessment, we reported that we heard from employees at both properties, at EBH and in Las Vegas, that they had found employee relations at times to be inaccessible or slow to respond. As a result, we asked the company to review employee relations window hours, so the time that employees can just come up to the desk and speak to a counselor. The company hasn't yet provided us with a data grounded analysis of the use of the ER window, but instead we have seen that employee relations at both properties have made a concerted effort to be more visible and more accessible to employees throughout the organization. On third-party relationships, the company has made meaningful progress in this hallmark by taking what we perceive to be a risk-based approach to the management of third parties, in particular patron misconduct, which is, as you can see from the compliance guidance, in line with what's expected. In the baseline assessment, we identified patron misconduct as the company's highest risk factor for sexual harassment and discrimination. And since then, the company has rolled out new policies, communications campaigns, trainings, and other guidance that are all aimed holistically at addressing the risks posed by third parties, which include the patrons. Going forward, the monitor team is going to continue to evaluate how the company communicates the core components of the employee interaction with guests policy, particularly as those components relate to the role of supervisors and managers and how employees are perceiving the company's efforts to address offending misconduct by third parties. Second, we will evaluate the sustainability of the employee interaction with guests training program and employee perceptions of the company's stance on patron misconduct. And third, we'll evaluate how the company is tracking and monitoring various trends in patron misconduct. And while the monitor team will continue to focus on interactions with patrons, interactions with other third parties are also a key consideration, in particular, how the company tracks and addresses conflicts of interest, not only with outside counsel, but also with various vendors. The company has launched updated policies to this end, and we know as well that the internal audit function has implemented an annual risk assessment. And with that, I will turn it over to Preston to cover internal reporting and investigation.
Good morning. It's good to see everyone again. The monitor team. Thank you. The monitor team continues to view the company's internal reporting and investigations procedures as a really a critical part of the success of the HRCP. Since our phase 3 report, the company has taken steps forward to enhance its internal reporting and investigative procedures. The company's done so in accordance with the standards that we first described in our baseline report put forward by both the EEOC and DOJ, and that Alejandra has described at the beginning of this presentation. Coming into phase 4, our objectives as a monitor team included activities such as making sure that we continue to test the effectiveness of the Speak Up communication campaigns, testing the efficacy of multilingual reporting channels, testing employee awareness of and satisfaction with the availability of ER personnel, including in-person services, such as what Ann just went through. Regularly speak and with personnel responsible for investigations and review investigation files, observe the continued implementation of the new investigations policy, and test the effectiveness of investigations trainings, and test the application of newly established procedures for corporate security's classification of harassment and discrimination incidents. We are happy to report that our testing activities to date have followed these goals. You may recall from our report in phase 3 that the company updated its investigations policy, and it now does 2 key things. First, it provides substantive guidance on investigative steps, including document collection, which is critical, and provides direction for assessment of witness credibility and against and over-reliance on corroborating evidence. You know that that is a theme we've discussed since the beginning of the monitorship. Using that guidance, the company's investigators and those who review their findings understand the importance of determining witness credibility, the importance of going back to ask more questions when needed, and the importance of ensuring that investigation outcomes are consistent. Indeed, the company has invited us to attend, and we have attended regularly scheduled meetings, both with the company's investigations teams at Encore Boston Harbor and Wynn Las Vegas, where the company discusses the process and outcomes of HR investigations. Those meetings where several people get together to discuss these investigations really is remarkable. It's not something I've seen in a lot of other places, and the company should be commended for it. The meetings that, again, that discuss investigations have shown us that the company's investigations protocol and implementation of that process for garden variety, regularly occurring, and non-executive complaints are being applied. In other words, what's on paper is being done. As Ms. Almonte will further describe at the end of this briefing, however, that is not perfect, and the monitor team has observed some missteps that need to be discussed. The company has recently implemented limited revisions to the investigations policy, reflecting enhancement opportunities identified over the year. Meaning that policy continues to get better and they continue to tweak it. In another positive turn, the company's security function is also defined and standardized the classification of harassment and discrimination incidents in its systems. During phase 3, that you recall that the company rolled out a new reporting platform, and coming into phase 4, we recommended that the company continue to increase communications from senior management at the corporate and property levels in support of speak up culture and to make sure employees know that there are several multilingual reporting options. It's said that the company has implemented communications campaigns around speak up culture, and it has highlighted the availability of multilingual options in order to make the speak up culture even more effective. Going forward, we will continue to test the effectiveness of these communication efforts. But we note that surveys and focus groups, as already been described today, and those that we conducted by the monitor team reflect that the majority of employees are comfortable speaking up and trust the anonymous reporting channel. Obviously, the ongoing testing of that will be important. The company has continued to recruit into the ER investigator positions, focusing on candidates with tact and diplomacy and who have the ability to promote positive, fair, and ethical relations. With that, unless there's any questions, I'll turn it over to, I think, Alejandra for risk-based review.
Great. Thank you so much, Preston. So turning to this risk-based review, you heard Anne say, you've heard us say, right? Really an integral part of any well-designed and well-functioning compliance program is the undertaking of review, really focused on understanding the company's particularized risk profile. No two companies in the same industry necessarily carry the same risk, and it's important for companies to understand exactly where their potential risks lie. On this point, you've heard us report really since our phase 1 report that the company has made excellent progress through its internal audit function in designing and conducting annual reviews focused on HRCP, both on risk and on the implementation of the program as designed. The annual reviews, we've seen now, I think, 2 complete cycles, incorporate changes in the risk environment. And they're showing trending analyses so that the reader can understand how the company's risk profile is being assessed and how it's changing. And we've engaged with the company on how it's recalibrating that risk, and it does reflect thoughtful assessment, which we look forward to seeing continue. We also want to highlight here that since our phase 3 report, the security department has also formalized its own process of conducting security risk assessments. And that incorporates analysis of incident reports and inspections of new property venues. Of course, they've always had security risk assessments. The change here is internalizing and incorporating some of the incidents that relate to the issues that we are focused on. These reports, both the risk assessment reports, are shared with the audit committee and with the compliance committee, and ultimately are reported up to the board, which we think is critical data to allow the board to continue its oversight function on these issues. Going to monitoring and testing, drawing from the decision in order as well as from the EEOC and DOJ's compliance guidance and evaluating a company's monitoring and testing efforts. It's not enough that the company implement a compliance program, of course, that is effective in the moment. But what these agencies encourage is that companies demonstrate that they are continuously evaluating the effectiveness of that program. Business is dynamic. The compliance program can't be static, right? In order for risk to continue to be mitigated, the compliance program has to change with the cadence of the company. For that reason, the DOJ and the EEOC really recognize the importance of conducting regular testing, of conducting auditing into the different elements of the program that are required to work in concert with each other. The Compliance Committee conducts an important monitoring function. They continue to review all harassment and discrimination investigations. They are using data and trends, as you heard Anne say. There's still an area of opportunity here for the company where they not only focus on just investigations reporting, but look at other data-based analyses of other aspects of their program as well, similar to what they're doing on a quarterly basis, presenting data on investigations and complaints. As Anne has discussed and Preston mentioned as well, the company conducted employee focus groups and surveys that were tailored to assess employee perceptions on the HRCP. This was important. We had conducted our focus groups previously, handed the baton over to the company, and they've now taken charge of that. As a follow-up to the focus groups, we understand the company has developed action plans that are based on the results of these efforts. So for example, to encourage employees to feel more comfortable with reporting their concerns directly to ER, the company is considering different ways to make ER counselors more approachable and accessible. Anne talked about some of the ways that they're doing this. One of the examples that jumped out at us from one of the interviews is really reflecting the creativity that the company is bringing to some of these areas, is the company is considering designing short video segments for each ER counselor that they will then use to kind of show themselves in a more personal light, to make them more relatable and approachable for employees who may be afraid or not really sure, what to make of someone who's in an ER role. And the company continues to use other ways to educate employees on the roles and responsibilities and the different ways that ER can be helpful to employees, including, as Anne mentioned, by attending different department meetings and the like. So while the company has not developed a full monitoring protocol, as we see, in companies that kind of bring a little bit more formality and focus to how they plan to monitor the program, we do see the actions that I've walked you through as reflecting the kind of activity that we encourage the company to continue as it continues to assess its program and to modify it as needed. On the controls environment, the decision order was very focused on controls around employee agreements, including the use of retractions, gag orders, non-disparagement, and other similar provisions. As we've reported to you in the past, the company has existing controls in place and continues to enact new ones to ensure that employee agreements do not contain these provisions and to ensure proper oversight of settlement agreements and separation agreements as well. We're also continuing to assess how the company implements these policies, including personal relationships and potential conflicts of interest policy, which is paramount to ensuring transparency and proper governance at the company. We understand from both documentation provided as well as interviews conducted that the company is reviewing and addressing disclosed conflicts of interest, and we'll continue to see how those disclosures are operating in the evaluation and execution of these controls. So I think as you can see, the company really does have a lot to celebrate and a lot to be proud of. And we're now going to transition to the developing areas of the program, but I'm going to pause again to see if anyone has any questions or comments before we continue.
Hi, Alejandra, this is Commissioner O'Brien. Just wanted to say welcome to everybody. Thank you for what you're presenting, and you'll probably get into this in terms of the next section, but I've said this in the past, and I want to say it again, that there is a lot to laud the company for in terms of how far that they have come. But I am still frustrated and disappointed in terms of that they don't have a more robust progression in the area of sort of the conflict of interest topic. That was something that was mentioned quite a bit in the memorandum in order that implemented the requirement for the monitorship. And maybe you'll get into this in the last section, but to the extent that you don't, I would like to sort of have some discussion about what you see coming forward in the next couple of years on that topic.
Okay, happy to have that conversation. And we will touch upon. I can touch on it later in the presentation, Commissioner O'Brien. If it continues to be, I will just say now, it continues to be a focus of ours. We do see the COI policy working in that. We see employees raising conflicts of interests and the company responding to those. We've seen incidents in the past that you've alluded to, which have raised concerns, and we're continuing to work with the company to ensure that we have line of sight into ongoing disclosures, particularly within certain levels of the company, that will give us visibility into whether the company has applied learnings from past instances into those in those future instances. I think what you're highlighting here, particularly Commissioner O'Brien, is really where we draw our observation that the company is committed to the program, but conflicts of interest, for example, is a key area where we want to be able to the company to demonstrate to us that it understands the why behind some of these policies and procedures. And even where a conflict of interest might not be on its face creating a sexual harassment or discrimination risk, it nevertheless reflects, it can be used as an opportunity for the company to demonstrate its commitment to transparency, its commitment to self-governance in those areas. So that's the approach that we're taking, Commissioner O'Brien, and we'll continue to work with the company to ensure that those principles are rooted and deeply embedded. So with that, this is a nice pivot, I think, to one of the key areas of development, which is culture of compliance and conduct at the top. As you've heard me say, the executives at the company, board members, repeatedly express and demonstrate their personal commitment to the human resources compliance program itself. And that commitment we view as sincere. We see from the CEO on down, from the chairman of the board, opportunities taken to express their personal commitment. There was a video that I think Anne referenced where the chair of the board gives a very sincere opening on his commitment to sexual harassment, discrimination policies and procedures. Employees, comment back on this. So the commitment to the program is there. One tangible way that we measure that is through financial and personnel resources to the program. And the company has, as far as we understood, never put any limitations on the financial or personnel support when asked to build any aspect of the HR compliance program. Even in areas that, as I said earlier, are kind of more creative in nature, which we love to see, right? Like compliance pop-up events that you've heard us reference in the past. The compliance committee, board and audit committees we're seeing engage appropriately on issues related to the HRCP, including on claims of sexual harassment. But now that the program is underway, we do want to look more deeply at these issues, Commissioner O'Brien, that you're signaling, which is how does the company look beyond, how does it show its commitment beyond the program to demonstrate a commitment to the principles underlying the program. So not just the sexual harassment discrimination, box that the monitorship has been focused on, but really understanding the correlation of how other areas of decision-making ultimately affect either positively or detract from the culture that it's building. And that's hard, right? I mean, that is hard for companies that are continuing to mature in this compliance space to demonstrate. I'm confident it can be done. And look forward to more opportunities from it. But you hit on exactly, the area that we're focusing on. One, there are two instances that, I want to walk through in this phase of the review. A principal mandate of ours, as Preston noted, of course, has been investigations. And because of the history behind the monitorship, we've been particularly focused on ensuring that investigations are treated the same across the organization, right, regardless of who's involved. During phase 4, we had the opportunity to review 2 investigations that involved personnel within the company that were in more senior roles within the organization. And through that process, we identified some missteps that, in our view, reflect a missed opportunity for the company to demonstrate that commitment, not just to the policies it supports, but again, I don't want to sound like a broken record, right? But to the principles, to the why underlying those policies. In the first point I want to highlight is, in both instances, the person who was implicated by the reports was made aware of the reports outside of the formal investigation process. That's something that can't happen in any instance. Of course, the subject of a report or someone implicated by a report must be brought in at an appropriate time within the investigation process, but it cannot be before the investigation begins or by, outside of the formal investigation itself. Advising someone of the report, of course, I don't have to tell you, but our concern is that advising somebody outside of the report, out of the formal process, could interfere with the integrity of the investigative process. Now, we have seen no indication here that that was the case, and I do want to make that clear. The reports seem to have been made to the person with not a necessary intent to alert them to the report, but for other reasons. But again, that internalizing of whether conversations should even be had, that it could betray the fact that a report was made, is a misstep. The second is that, the decision to share the fact of the report, frankly, to us raises questions about the independence of an investigation, of the investigative process. Individuals should not feel compelled. This goes back to that ensuring that anyone who's in a role that is touched by the HRCP understands they are independent protectors of the compliance program, and they need to understand their roles and responsibilities in that. So those questions, again, of independence are heightened and will be heightened as we go on. And we expect to see greater thoughtfulness around these issues. And they will particularly be heightened should these investigations implicate members that are more senior in the organization. The second instance of concern in this last phase involved the company's assignment of an investigation to someone that could have been perceived by others in the investigation process as being close to the person implicated by the report. This decision raised concerns for us that the assignment could compromise or could be perceived as compromising the objectivity and impartiality required in the investigation process, specifically that it could chill what either the reporter or what others being interviewed might be willing to share with the investigation. We engaged with the company on these decisions, particularly with the decision to assign the assignment in question. Interviewees who we spoke to told us that they consulted the investigations policy before making the assignment, determined that the policy itself didn't prohibit the assignment. The company's interpretation of the policy is plausible, but quite narrow. And in our view, provides an important learning for how the company can show values-based leadership. It's not enough to ask whether a policy permits a particular course of action. It's equally, if not more important, to ask whether the course of action aligns with the underlying principles and stated objectives of the policy itself. Right? I think it was Justice Scalia who said, just because we can do it doesn't mean we should. And that's something that the company should be should be asking itself. I don't want to give, these issues are important, right? When it comes to the data points that we have as a monitor team, they're not abundant, right? They're not in the dozens, right? We only have one or two examples to draw from. But even one or two, I think, can really reflect meaningful opportunities that can be implemented in situations that could be more serious down the line. So I want to pause here, Commissioner O'Brien, since that was really part of where I think you wanted to discuss, but I open it to you if you have any follow-up questions.
No, those were the two instances that were top of mind. And I guess the frustration that I expressed was more, and maybe you can opine on this, is while there seemed to have been growth and learning and advancement in a number of areas, they clearly have more work to do in this area. My question is there growth and learning from past experiences, or are we flatlining in this topic?
That's a hard question to answer, again, because we don't have a lot of data points and they are all, candidly, in this case, clumped a little bit in time. Mm-hmm. There's, based on the conversations that we're having, particularly in critical areas of the company, I think there is an openness to understanding why these things matter. So I don't think that we're flatlining. I'm truly hopeful that if situations surface again, these learnings will be applied. So we have seen indications that the company is on a path to continued growth.
And so I know you don't have a lot of data points, but I do think back over the course of the last, 3+ years now, where there have been other circumstances that highlight sort of the lack of appreciation as to the why when you talk about conflict of interest situations. And I hear you that the acknowledgement that there is something to be learned and appreciated is a step forward. I'm disappointed that's as far as it's gotten at this point. So I would just say, going forward as a commissioner, I would hope that the trajectory up on advancement in this area is going to be the most pronounced for this topic. This, to me, is the biggest vulnerability in the review that you have done so far.
We hear that, Commissioner, and we share that urgency. I think it's something that the company can and will accomplish, and we'll continue to engage in discussions that help move that forward.
Right. Thank you.
More recently in this last phase, we also heard from interviewees reports of statements within the company that the interviewees perceived as not aligning with the company's general commitment to the HRCP. I put this as a pin. The company is aware of the alleged statements and acted very swiftly to conduct an independent review into them. We're going to continue to engage with the company on these issues and look forward to their assessment. Moving on to proper authority, oversight, and independence. Anne talked about the compliance committee, and as you all know, the compliance committee was formed to act as an independent advisory body to the company on compliance matters generally. One of its primary roles includes oversight of sexual harassment and discrimination complaints and ongoing investigations in this area. And more recently has started to receive updates on other elements of the HRCP, which we think is very helpful. An ex officio member of the compliance committee reports on compliance committee meetings to the board on a regular basis, so the board is getting visibility into what's discussed at the compliance committee level. On August 3rd of last year, the board passed a resolution that memorialized the compliance committee's oversight responsibility with respect to the HRCP specifically. In interviews subsequent to that resolution passing, will understand that this was meant as a formal memorialization of the attention already paid by the compliance committee to these matters on behalf of the board. Some compliance committee members expressed to us some surprise following the August resolution, as well as uncertainty about whether they were appropriately positioned to carry out certain of the responsibilities that were set forth. There was, from what we understand, just a lack of notice or communication that the resolution memorializing the roles and responsibilities was going to be coming out. Following that, we understand there were internal discussions, and in February of this year, the board issued a new resolution further clarifying the compliance committee's role, as well as the board's intent that although responsibility to review and analyze issues as they arise related to the HRCP, as far as that is delegated to the compliance committee, the board nevertheless retains overall responsibility for the compliance risk and oversight. That revised resolution also formally codified the ex officio members reporting to the compliance committee on a quarterly basis, and clarified that the reference delegation is not intended to alter the responsibilities of key HRCP gatekeepers, such as executive management, from having to report issues to the audit committee or to the board as appropriate. These, from our view, are very important clarifications. One thing that we talk about sustainability is the program has to survive the people who are in the chairs now, and memorializing these types of governance decisions are important steps towards ensuring that sustainability, right? It's turning a good practice into sound governance. And that's what this resolution in our mind has codified. We'll continue to monitor how the two governance bodies execute their roles and responsibility. And we'll be particularly interested to see how the board continues to ensure that the delegation is carried out, and continues to support it with clear communication on what the board expects. We'll also be focused on how the board continues to execute its oversight vis-a-vis the compliance committee responsibilities. With the other aspect, of course, of proper authority and oversight that Anne touched on and that continues to be a focus for us is how the CGC, or the Chief Global Compliance Officer, continues to have independence and authority in his role. And key to that, or the central element of that, is reporting structure. And that's true just in compliance program management generally. And it's a topic of much discussion in compliance circles, right? Because for employment purposes, a chief compliance officer has to have some reporting line to an executive. At the same time, for independence, you want that role to also report to an independent body like a board, an audit committee, or in this case, potentially a compliance committee. And the company has been evaluating and reevaluating this for some time. We understand, we've understood from interviews that the compliance officer reports substantively and directly to the compliance committee, and retains an administrative reporting role to Wynn Resorts General Counsel. So for approval of expenses, for example, and other similar administrative tasks. And in principle, that reporting structure generally aligns with common reporting structures for CCOs, right? You've got an administrative line one way, and you've got more of a substantive reporting line. In February 2023, the company revised its compliance plan to add the following language, which is: the general counsel will, on an annual basis, review any bonus or stock award to be provided to the compliance officer with the compliance committee. In addition, the compliance committee shall review the compliance officer's annual performance evaluation as prepared by the general counsel, and provide consultation to the general counsel with respect thereto. That language provides the compliance committee with the foundation to provide meaningful input on the evaluation of the chief global compliance officer, and really assert itself as kind of the primary reporting line for the chief compliance officer. And we're hoping will further help drive independence. So going forward, again, here we'll be really assessing how these clarified reporting lines are carried out. And I think it really will be incumbent on each of the parties involved in this relationship to identify ways to continue to ensure the independence and autonomy of the compliance function as it relates to HRCP. If we turn now to training and guidance, you've heard many different ways in which the company has continued to enhance its training. One area that continues to be a focus for us is how it's testing the effectiveness of those trainings. We understand from discussions with the company that those efforts are already underway, and have seen some indication of the company refreshing its trainings to keep them relevant. We also, and Commissioner O'Brien, I know this is a question that you've raised in the past as well, continue to focus on the company's efforts to train supervisors, particularly on reporting obligations and responding to allegations of sexual harassment and discrimination. We've seen good progress there, and we'll continue to monitor the effectiveness of that training. On internal reporting and investigations, for completeness, we included our discussion in our report on how the company managed the two instances that I walked you through a little while ago. We included them here as well. I don't need to go over them. I do want to highlight, we chose to have the bulk of the discussion under the culture section because it's more relevant to learnings in that space than here. So we don't need to repeat those issues here, but we will continue, of course, as Preston mentioned, to closely monitor the company's handling of investigations and are looking forward to continued progress in this space. We can turn to slide 34. So incentives and discipline is something that's gotten a lot of attention recently in compliance circles. And as we've discussed before, historically, the company didn't have a formal performance management system, something that the company has thought it was going to do when we first came on, then didn't, and now ultimately has made a commitment and has already started to roll out a performance management system that is going to start at the highest levels and then kind of report on down. We're interested in seeing how the company uses that performance management system to incentivize compliance promoting behaviors, particularly for people in leadership roles. So this is very new. We want to make sure the company has adequate runway for it, and we'll be able to continue to test the application of this system going forward. Next slide, Ann. So next steps, we do continue to see meaningful progress in the design of the program. As we've highlighted, there are important areas where we expect to see greater progress, and we'll continue to engage with the company to make sure that we have the visibility into it, where it is happening and where there are continued opportunities to highlight learnings. We'll continue to do so. We have seen increased engagement by the CEO particularly, and by the board on these issues, and we're hoping that generates, frankly, just more open communication channels with us that helps us communicate what we're seeing and why we're saying what it is that we're saying, which are opportunities that we haven't necessarily had in the past, and we think will help communicate our objectives more directly. And ultimately, hoping to continue to see the company internalize the values and the principles of the HRCP into its day-to-day decision-making that touches these areas. So thank you so much. There's our team, especially the faces that you couldn't see today. But we do thank you very much for the generosity of your time and opportunity to present to you today, and are, of course, open to additional questions that the commissioners may have.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for taking down the PowerPoint. Questions for Alejandra and Preston. Well, I'm going to just ask or make some observations. First, I want to note, let me see, let's see if I can tell you what page. Wynn Resorts has submitted a letter today on May 7th, in May 7th, in response to the independent monitor's report. It is on our website for members of the public, and it's part page 53 of the PDF. That was signed by General Counsel Whittemore and local General Counsel Jackie Crum. I want to thank this team for its thoroughness when we procured contract for the independent monitor over 3 years ago, we looked for a number of strengths. We were fortunate to have this team that included Preston Pugh with significant experience as independent monitor, and then Alejandra with her own independence from her firm. They were at the same firm at the time. There was some change in between, and Alejandra came and presented to us with a wonderful bench that included Anne and the other members of the team that are noted. I just want to, for the record, point out Catherine Pappas and Nicole Gosabe, and then Alexandra has come on board since then. There's an extensive selection process, and I just want to note that because Commissioner O'Brien and I were part of it. The other 3 commissioners weren't yet commissioners. So a little history. Your appointment was part of a number of conditions to our decision, and the appointment was for at least 3 years and up to 5 years. And at this point, I do want to note that we are at that timing where the appointment is now past 3 years. We also want to note that the company was very cooperative during COVID, to the extent anybody and everybody was able to be collaborative and cooperative at that time. I also want to note that I really want to applaud Chair Satry, who was the chairman of Wynn Resorts, because he and his board of directors have been cooperating, and I appreciate you, Alejandra, for noting that. I know how important it was for the commission at the time to recognize that the degree of change that needed to be executed was so significant. And today we hear so many details about how that the culture, the concerns that we raised in our decision have been addressed. I want to thank the compliance committee. With the 4 members, they have a very big job, but I know that they, through this work, we know that they are taking it seriously. I also want to note the work at Enclave Boston Harbor itself. Jenny Holliday should be commended for the work that she and her team have done in cooperation with Alejandra and your team to ensure the safety, the well-being of the employees and patrons at Enclave Boston Harbor, and most importantly, ensure the conduits to be able to report the trust that their concerns will be communicated and then addressed appropriately. I do know Commissioner O'Brien's concern about conflicts. We were to reread our decision. How conflicts are addressed may in fact differ from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. It's not lost on me personally that Massachusetts is not Nevada. 2 very different jurisdictions. But with that said, I think we recognize that in order to really truly ensure that the risks that we identified in 2019 are addressed, those conflicts must be managed in a way that probably leans more Massachusetts than Nevada. So I thank you, Commissioner O'Brien, for raising that concern. I'm noting improvement. I think it's fair to say that there may have, there's certainly many more guardrails now erected to address what was a significant issue in 2019. So I just want to thank as much as I want to thank the independent monitor, I do want to thank the company for its collaboration with the independent monitor and its own work to address what we raised back in 2019. And to that end, I do think we were united in that we wanted to ensure that employees and patrons here in Massachusetts and under Wynn Resorts would be safe and feel that they have trusted mechanisms to express their concerns. So I guess my question though, Alejandra, would be, at this juncture, and you may not be able to answer this question because I've learned a lot about the independent monitor relationship, and with the regulator and what you can and can't do. And President Ann chime in. If you could, well, one, maybe give us, I know there's a bunch of really good students here. You could give us a grade, and maybe you can't, in terms of someone, spectrum from 0 to 100. Where are we in terms of, I heard Preston give a very high grade, given all of his experience on what he was observing on one mission. How is the company doing overall, if you can say that? And then also what would be, if you had to label, what would be the top 3 risks that are out there?
Sure.
Are those fair questions, or do you need to hunt them?
No, those are certainly fair questions. And I will answer the first one this way. I think in terms of giving a grade, I'm hesitant to do that, Madam Chair. But I'll tell you the reason is, compliance is not a check the box, right? And I hesitate that if, I give a grade or a percentage, it will be a reflection that the company has done, right, X% of what it needs to do. So what does that remaining percent look like, and what do they have to do to get there? I talked earlier in response to Commissioner O'Brien's question about not having a number of data points, right? The data points in terms of what the recommendations are, the company's implementation of that, right? Fantastic job, right? But what is most important going forward, right, are those, I don't want to call them softer issues because they are the more critical issues, but less tangible ways in which the company continues to reflect its commitment, right? And that it really gets what this program is about. We don't have a lot of data points for me to be able to even give you a grade, right? Mm-hmm. But I can tell you, because there are such few opportunities for the company to demonstrate the depth of its understanding, each incident really matters, which, it's a high bar, but pivoting to your next question, which is, where do we continue to see risks? It is where Commissioner O'Brien picked up our theme was going, right? Is on really demonstrating at every opportunity from the board to the C-suite on down that it is committed to demonstrating that there is no exceptionalism at the company. All rules apply to everyone, and all processes apply regardless of who is involved. On through, from the very top, all throughout the organization. And, I do not want to even imply that the culture at the company is anything like what it was prior to 2019, right? But we're also, it's 2023, and these issues across industries, across the compliance and legal landscape have evolved and have matured, and how, companies are thinking about these issues has grown and deepened. And we want to make sure that Wynn is keeping pace with that, right? It's not enough to say the people who were involved in the past are no longer here, right? That's a meaningful change. But the people who are here now have to demonstrate an intentionality of constantly working towards continuing to separate themselves from the past. And, you mentioned the difference between Massachusetts and Nevada, and you've heard me talk about this before, right? That there is a certain level of closeness and familiarity that grows in any organization. And one thing that we've always said to the company is you have to be hyper vigilant, right? The closer you are to someone, regardless of where in the organization that relationship falls, the more vigilant we must be in terms of applying judgment and discipline, sometimes even going, as I said, beyond what the four corners of a policy may permit. Employees on the front line have given resounding, right, really strong reviews in a lot of areas for the HRCP through surveys. There's a whole middle category of employees too that often have visibility into decisions that are made within an organization that line employees may not. And so I think the company has to keep in mind that it has a number of different audiences that are drawing from decisions and conduct what truly the reform looks like. So I hope that answers your question, Commissioner, in terms of both the grade and where we see the opportunity. That is, Commissioner O'Brien calls it a vulnerability, right? I mean, that is the greatest opportunity that we see here. And I think second is ensuring that direct reports of people in the C-suite see that commitment directly and understand the expectation flows down. We focus a lot at the top, but the expectation to act in accordance with these principles really has to be cascaded down to all levels of the organization in a way that is intentional and proactive. It can't be taken for granted that every manager, every supervisor understands. And I'm not saying that they don't, but we want to see, just as the company is speaking to line employees about their commitment, we also want to make sure that from Craig Billings on down, everybody hears from their direct supervisor that we're all in this together. I expect you to act in a way that is consistent with our shared values. That is what we talk about when we're talking about incentivizing proactive compliance.
Alejandro, before you go on your third point, could you give an example of how best to incentivize?
Yes. One concrete way is frankly just saying it in meetings, right? I participated in a meeting in another matter not that long ago where the CEO spoke to, unprompted, their ELT and said, this isn't just a legal or compliance obligation, this matters to me, and I expect to see A, B, and C from you within this defined period of time. Happened completely organically. And more formally, through incentives and disciplines built into the performance management system. We've recently seen updated guidance from the Department of Justice in this space, where they're challenging companies when it comes to compliance decisions to really hit people in the pocket, right? So where there is discretion in compensation, in bonus payments, and there are instances where people have not acted consistent with compliance expectations, have not demonstrated appropriate leadership. Companies, the DOJ expects companies to reserve the discretion to withhold discretionary bonuses or compensation as a way of demonstrating, right, the proverbial putting your money where your mouth is, right? Those are ways, Madam Chair, that we've seen not just regulators communicate how this can be done, but we've seen companies do it themselves. Similarly, when it comes to promotion considerations, to advancement opportunities, that just as there are qualitative measures on whether a person is suitable for a promotion, there should be quantitative measures, such as leadership in this space. And the third area is just really ensuring that, as the company's operations continue to become more complex, that it continues to resource this program. And as I said before, I have, no doubt to question that the commitment is there, but we've seen this, the farther you get from, right, why these things were created in the first place, the more at risk they become. So just ensuring that as operations get complex, company continues to grow, there's institutionalized ways for the program to survive.
But at this time, you haven't seen any particular risk in that area.
No.
And on the second point, you've seen perhaps some of the verbal cues, but no particular performance management.
Correct. And a lot of verbal cues to frontline employees, a lot of verbal cues. But to the extent, I mentioned this report of, a statement that someone felt was not consistent with the company's commitment. That's an opportunity, whether it's true or not, right? But it's just a reminder that people hear different things, and to the extent that a comment was even misinterpreted, right? Let's take that opportunity to say, hey guys, right? Let's make sure that we're all in this together. I know it's hard work. It matters. I'm paying attention, right? Everyone else is paying attention. Let's make sure that we're always supporting what ultimately is a shared goal.
All right. Thank you. Commissioners, other questions or comments, or just if there's anything that's mysterious, because it's a lot to digest. Commissioner Skinner, you leaning in? There you go.
I am. Thank you, Madam Chair. And good morning, Alejandra, Preston, and Anne. Thank you for your presentation. I think the chair really hit on a lot of important points. In particular, I agree that there is a lot that the company can be proud of in its review of and implementation of, let me just say its acceptance of your involvement as a result of the commission's decision and order. It has I'm pleased that, they have demonstrated maturation in a lot of what you've presented today, a lot of the different areas that you've presented today. But like Commissioner O'Brien, I am struggling, to understand exactly where the company is with respect to their, as you referenced, their incorporation of those underlying principles across all policies, all aspects of company operations. And, I appreciate the letter that the chair referenced that is included in the packet that we received from the company. But I guess I want to, sort of see if the company would consider, I guess, just going a step further. There's a blanket disagreement included in that letter with the independent monitor's observations and findings. And for me, the independent monitor, you folks are doing exactly what you are charged to do. And so it's still a little abstract for me when, the matters that you're tackling. And I would like to hear a little bit more from the company in terms of, specifically, what do you disagree with, right? Again, we got the letter this morning, but I would like to see a more substantive response. And I don't know if there's an opportunity for the company to do that in these processes. I know we hear from you on a regular basis, Alejandra and team, but is there a mechanism for the commissioners to hear directly from the company, from Encore, in terms of what it is that they find objectionable about your report. And, just ways that they are, steps that they are taking to demonstrate, that they are incorporating those underlying principles in their operations.
Alejandra?
Yeah, I
I'm
think,
going to turn to you because I'm so careful about the independent monitor
Yes.
concepts.
Sure. So I think with respect to us, Commissioner Skinner, we do have, very candid conversations with the company of where we're coming from and, where their objection are. With respect to providing a forum for them to be able to present to you, where their objection comes from, I would defer to the commission to what the appropriate process is for them to be able to do that. I think, I don't want to speak on behalf of the company, but my inference is that because there are such few instances in which, from which we're drawing these conclusions and observations, it could be seen as us giving an outsized weight to these different decision points. That certainly from a quantitative perspective, I understand that. But it's also decisions that are close enough to instances that we've seen in the past where we've had discussions about the type of vigilance that should be brought by the company to certain instances. And we'd like to see a more concrete reflection of the company internalizing those prior discussions. Much of what informs our conversation as well, and this, we have had these conversations with the company as well, is not just the decisions themselves, but often when we ask about why decisions were made, the way the company responds to our questions is often more concerning than the decisions in the first instance, if that makes sense, right? So, and I understand, that it's a really unnatural way to engage with someone, but we truly want to understand, right? And oftentimes, we're left with the sense that there's an entrenchment in defending a position as opposed to just let's be open, right? Let's talk about what happened. Why did it happen? What have you learned from it, right? That's kind of what the monitor's role is, to be able to then come back and more directly answer Commissioner O'Brien's question and your question, right? Of, okay, what else? What are we seeing? What indications that we have? I don't know, Commissioner Skinner, if that answers your question directly.
It does, and that's precisely what concerns me, and it's what is driving my desire, I guess, to hear again more directly from the company in terms of what their response is to that.
I think I would turn, Commissioner Skinner, to this discussion to Councilor Grossman at another time to see what's fitting, and also whether in fact the company would want to weigh in. I don't think we want necessarily to make any presumptions, but I know they're listening today and hearing your concerns. So
they wouldn't have to. I mean, of course, we went through half the presentation highlighting areas that have matured. So, this would be an opportunity for the company to highlight, those successes as well.
Other questions from Commissioner Maynard, Commissioner Hill, Commissioner O'Brien? Yes.
I do, but I just wanted to make sure Commissioner Hill and Commissioner Maynard didn't have anything they wanted to say or ask.
I can briefly just make a comment. I appreciate Alejandra Preston, and I am the newest commissioner. I know this is not the first time we've had the opportunity to sit around, but it is one of the few times. I'm taking it all in. I understand the report and appreciate you going through it. I understand to the extent that it was made, EBH's letter. I believe perfection is impossible, right? It's an impossible goal, but it is a noble goal. And if you're striving, the pursuit of perfection will get you to a pretty good place. So while I'm taking this all in, that's really where I'm coming from, is understanding that there's no such thing as perfection, but there is a strive for it. And I'm measuring what the strive is, how hard is the licensee striving to meet that goal. And so I appreciate your time and for the explanation.
And I think if I can address just one point that you made, Commissioner Maynard, which is really important. Perfection is impossible, right? I mean, I've often said, if you want to really mitigate all risk, just stop operating a business. And that's why I made the distinction between the incidents themselves and then engagement on the incidents themselves, because that's where we can kind of see, okay, what are the lessons learned, right? How are we going to make it better next time, right? And that's where I think the key focus should be, is on the response to the incident and the openness to the opportunity to get it better, right?
Commissioner Maynard, any follow-up? Are you all set? Awesome. Okay, Commissioner Hill, are you all set Commissioner Hill?
Yep, I'm all set, and thank you for the presentation. As you said earlier, I'm digesting it all. You're very well presented and appreciative, but I really don't have anything to add at this point, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien?
Certainly. Thank you, Madam Chair. I did just want to circle back to the questions and the comments that I made earlier in light of the company's letter, and particularly, as Commissioner Skinner said, sort of the broad stroke objection. And I do think that contextually, everybody here needs to remember that there's a discussion in public, and then there's detailed interactions between the monitor and the licensee, and that there is, I to the same extent that sometimes the process and that got to a result that maybe wasn't good in this area is more troublesome than the fact of it themselves. I am also troubled by a broad stroke rejection or allegation that there's mischaracterizations on behalf of the monitor in connection with this report. I've been living this life since the hearing in 2019 that resulted in the imposition of this requirement. There have been instances along the way that, by the nature of public conversations, do not meet these meetings, and they do. And I am aware that this is not the forum. I do, however, take issue with the fact that they publicly say they don't agree. I would hope that in taking that position, that they do, in fact, embrace the why behind the areas that have been highlighted by the monitor, and come to attempt and hopefully do appreciate the why. And as the chair said, this is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and they are doing business in the Commonwealth. And while historically they may have functioned in an environment that has a different set of standards in this regard, the world of compliance is moving forward everywhere. And I would like to think that Massachusetts is pretty aggressive in this regard, and this commission is as well. It is a work in progress. I hear Commissioner Maynard, perfection is obviously not the goal here. What it is growth and sort of a minimum threshold. And what I flagged in my comment earlier was I still feel this is an area that was of critical importance when the decision was issued in 2019. And disappointingly for me, is still an area for which they have a long way to go. They have made tremendous progress. I am optimistic that they appear to embrace wanting to know the why behind it and to move forward. That letter to me did not support that representation, however. So I did just want to reiterate, I stand by the questions and the comments that I raised earlier in the presentation. I hope and appreciate that they are listening. I think they would hear me. I don't think anything I'm saying is a surprise if you read the decision and the prior reports. So I did think that bared repeating given the letter that was submitted.
I'm going to turn back to Alejandra. Alejandra, can we just check in with Preston and Ann to see if is there anything that you wish to add, Ann or Preston?
Ann, you want to go first?
I don't have any additional comments. Thank you.
Very briefly, I appreciate the questions that have been asked today, and the views that we are all agreeing on here are views that, frankly, the monitor community agrees on too, right? We have these discussions all the time, and there's questions all the time about when is a monitorship supposed to end. When we were drafting the ABA's standards for corporate monitors, the first set some years ago, this was a question that was asked. I think that maybe what the company's letter is confusing is compliance, as Alejandro described, with standards that are being held up for employees, maybe even mid-level managers. But when you have some of the examples that Alejandro has alluded to that are in leadership, you can't stop the process when you have those problems, right? You can't stop the monitoring process when you have those problems. And if you rewind, after you finish the monitoring process and you look back and you say those things still existed, then the regulator at that point says, well, did that monitoring process really do what we needed it to do? And I think the answer is, if you have, again, some of these examples that Alejandro pointed to, the answer's got to be no. So I know that we look forward to the company coming forward and expressing maybe in a more specific way its views. But I know from experience in a number of settings like this that this report is very, very fair. And hopefully that it will lead to more progress by the company.
Alejandra, would you like to close out unless another question gets raised by the commission?
Happy to take more questions if there are any.
Thank you, Preston, for that. Any other questions before Alejandra closes out the session? This has been very informative, right, commissioners? Alejandra.
Thank you so much. We do want to thank you for your time, for your thoughtful questions. We do believe there is, just a shared goal here from everyone involved, and we're eager to take on the next phase and to see the company demonstrate the type of progress that the commission has asked for.
Excellent. Okay, commissioners, it is just about noon. I do see Mr. Gallo is here for our next.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hill.
You know me, I need about a 10-minute break if possible.
That's what I was just going to say, Commissioner Hill, because we do have next, we're anticipating an executive session, but I think if Mr. Gallo doesn't mind, we would like a 10-minute break. Does that work for your schedule, Mr. Gallo?
Of course. I could use one too.
Okay, excellent. He's an attorney. I bet that he found this to be very interesting. So thank you so much to our independent monitor. And Ann, thank you. We appreciate all of the work that you and your colleagues do. Preston, thank you. And Alejandro, forward to staying connected. Thank you so much.
Likewise. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Okay, and we'll reconvene, Commissioner, at 12:10. Thank you so much. Okay, there we go. My apologies. There was a failed attempt to make coffee with our machine. 2 failed attempts. I have 4 ounces of very strong something in front of me. Commissioner Hill's going to keep track of me in the event I need an intervention. We're all set, streaming away? Or do we?
We are all good to go.
Okay, excellent. We're returning from a break. I was just mentioning my inability to make a good cup of coffee just now. We are convening the Mass Gaming Commission meeting, and we're doing so virtually, so I'll do a roll call. Good morning, good afternoon now, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. I am here.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioner Hill.
I'm here.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Skinner.
Good afternoon.
And good afternoon, Commissioner Maynard.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we're going to turn now to item number 4. And we are turning to the possibility of holding an executive session. And in order for us to consider this matter, I do need to read the language of the law into the record. Councilor Grossman, is there anything we need to add in advance of me doing so?
No, I believe you're all clear to proceed in the ordinary course.
Okay, so the commission anticipates that it will meet in executive session in accordance with GL Chapter 30A, Section 21A3, to discuss strategy with respect to collective bargaining with SEIU Local 888, as discussion at an open meeting may have a detrimental effect on the bargaining position of the commission. It's noted here that the public meeting of the commission meeting will not reconvene. It should probably say may not reconvene at the conclusion of the executive session. That's kind of the typical language. In this instance, this particular executive session was moved up to accommodate Mr. Gallo, and we will reconvene in public session today. So I think for the public, what we'll do is have our screening, and we'll determine whether at the conclusion of any executive session, should you so vote, whether we take some kind of a quick lunch break. And Dave, who's just appearing, Dave Souza, will keep the public apprised. Okay, so commissioners, commissioners, I just read the language into the record with respect to our anticipated executive session. Do I have a motion?
Madam Chair, I move that we go into executive session on the matters and for the reasons just stated by the chair.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, commission, the different board meeting over the weekend. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. So we will now wait for the prompt to join the breakout session. And thank you, Dave, for keeping the public apprised.
So I just want to make sure that I have all of the people that need to go into this one. Please feel free to let me know if you need to be assigned and I have omitted you. Todd, is the group that's going into this executive session the one that you sent over to myself and Grace earlier this morning? Because I know there was a question on if there were 2 of them.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, there are 2 executive sessions. So this is the one I sent you.
Okay, perfect. I'm adding those participants in currently.
Karen, can you confirm that for the executive session that's anticipated at the end of the day, that Dave gets a correct list of participants for that session? Thanks. Thanks, Dave.
No problem. All right, I think I've added everybody. And again, feel free to let me know if you need to be moved over and have not.
Thanks so much, Dave.
And let me share my screen with the meeting will resume. That was perfect. Hey, Dave, are you going in the executive session? I had you on my list, but I want to confirm.
Dave, you want me to go knock on his door?
Dave Mulder, are you able to hear me?
I
Yeah,
can hear him
Bruce.
answering you from his office.
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. You must have been muted earlier. I didn't see.
I was muted, sorry.
No worries. Do you need me to put you in the executive session? I had
Yes,
you on my
please.
original list. Okay, gotcha. Should have the option to join it now.
Okay, Dave. Great. I think we have the 5 commissioners. So a reminder, this is a convening of Massachusetts Gaming Commission. I will be taking a roll call. I want to thank the public. We did start this morning with a lengthy presentation and then an executive session and a quick lunch. So because we're holding this meeting virtually, Commissioner O'Brien,
I am here.
Commissioner Hill,
I'm here.
Commissioner Skinner,
Good afternoon.
Commissioner Maynard.
I'm here.
So we'll get started again. It's already been a very productive day, but we're now turning to item number 5 on our agenda, and that's our sports wagering division. You've got a few items for us today, Director Band, if you want to get started.
Yes, ma'am. First off, we have the operations manager, Sterl Carpenter, on 6 events that we had originally had before you a few weeks ago, and it has been resubmitted. Mr. Carpenter?
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. So on page 55 of our packet starts the memos. I would like to take the events one at a time. The first event, to just some backup information. All of these petitions were created and sent to us by U.S. Integrity. U.S. Integrity offers their services to events for monitoring and alerting of suspicious activity, but they also do a variety of other things, and this came from their requests came from that body. So the first request is for NRX under 205 CMR 247.03. The commission reviews all petitions for a new sporting event or wagering category. The U.S. Integrity has provided this petition requesting that NRX Nitro Rallycross be added to the sports wagering event catalog. The summary of the petition is below in your packet. It goes through that it is an American Rallycross racing series created by Rallycross driver Travis Pernastra. Apologies if I pronounced that incorrectly. And the Nitro Circus production in 2018. The championship is sanctioned by the United States Auto Club. The United States Auto Club is a third-party sanctioning body that oversees all Nitro Rallycross races. Nitro Rallycross attests that it has closely worked with the USAC to ensure all rules, regulations, and race sanctioning is best in class and not only ensures a seamless introduction to the sports betting, but also sets the standard of a top-tier professional motorsports series. We asked them if anyone in the Commonwealth were interested in offering these events in Massachusetts. U.S. Integrity stated that DraftKings, Betfred, Bet365, and other several operators have offered wagering in Nitro Rallycross over the past 8 months since the series formally launched sports wagering. Now, we do know that Betfred and Bet365 are not licensees here, but DraftKings is the one that would be offering it in this jurisdiction. I open up to any questions or concerns that the commissioners might have. Also, there was a link to it and kind of a picture of what it looks like going forward.
Commissioners, questions for Sterl? Commissioner O'Brien?
I do, Sterl. So there's been a little tweaking of sort of what was given to us the first time and then what was in today's packet. So it looks like they founded in 18, but their inaugural season wasn't until 21. Is that accurate?
I didn't.
His
see-
inaugural season began 2021. So he created something in 2018, but
Mhm.
the inaugural season was in 21.
Yeah, it took a couple of years to get into
Mhm.
up and running, right?
Okay. And the DraftKings is offering this in other jurisdictions, but they're not the ones that came and asked for us to add this, right? This is
No,
U.S.
all
Integrity coming up.
correct. All 6 that would be provided to you all come from U.S. Integrity.
So I
Correct.
guess, does that hold true for all the other requests that we don't have specific licensees who are saying, yes, we want this right now?
So these 6 have all just been by U.S. Integrity. So I was in contact with DraftKings on SLS due to it being offered in states. I wanted to update you before we went because they said that there was a large event going on when we were going to present it. It in turn happened. And so I wanted to just get information for you guys on that happening because originally when we got this request, it hadn't happened yet. So yeah, DraftKings offered, I think when we get to SLS, it was in 5 or 6 states that they offer. They had wagering on that event in other states that they offered, but not here, of course.
Yeah, but if these aren't petitions filed by our licensees.
None are from
None
the
that are enforced
licensees
today, right?
yet. Yep.
Okay.
Just a
Thanks.
reminder with respect to Commissioner O'Brien's point, and we knew there was overlapping here because these came to us a bit ago, that we have asked to review the regulation that addresses how these matters come to us. Todd, I think the language right now is any person or entity may, regardless of any connections with Massachusetts, can file. But Commissioner O'Brien, you've emphasized, I think, a point that I've been thinking about. And at this point, none of our licensed sports wagering operators have requested any of these 6 events to go into their. On this particular event, are these results, outcomes, sterile, determined by time alone, or is there any discretion that requires judging?
In Nitro Rally
Yeah.
Cross or in all
So the first one, yeah.
Yeah, the Nitro Rally Cross, from my understanding, is just a race, a timed event,
Timed event.
and they cross. As part of the petition, you know, they issued the name and how the top 3 finishers, the winner of the race in each course, in the route in which they take. So the finals is a pole position in the qualifying day's results. So the way I read the rules, there is no judging involved in style in this. It's pure race course, yes.
Some strategy on their part because of that loop. Okay, other questions for Sterl with respect to this request? And I think we would probably, unless commissioners you indicate otherwise, we would take one at a time. Commissioner Hill.
I was just going to request that we do this one at a time because I have some questions regarding some others.
Okay.
So with that said, I would move that the commission amend the official catalog of events and wages to include Nitro, Rallycross, and RX as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Is there a second?
I'm comfortable with this event, so I will second it, but I would take these in turn. Second.
Any comments or edits? Okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
Nay. We don't have anyone asking for it licensee wise. I'm a nay right now on this.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner. Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I'm a nay. the same reason as Commissioner O'Brien. Okay, but that passes 3-2. So that means that event can be offered.
So just for information, with the passing, this event will be placed under the Motorsports tab catalog, and USAC is the approved governing body in that section already, so it would just follow through to the league being approved.
Okay.
Okay, so second event going down is a petition to add Magic City Highlight to the events catalog under 205 CMR as stated earlier, 247.03. We are to review all petitions. This petition was provided to us by US Integrity for Magic City Highlight. For everyone that might not know, Highlight is a sport involving a bouncing ball off a wall called a pelota, that can reach up to speeds of 180 miles per hour, and they use a handheld wicker cesta in playing the game. It has 3 walls. The variation of the Basque, the term highlight coined by, I'm not even going to try and pronounce the person's name, in 1875, is also often loosely applied to the fronton, or the open walled area in which matches take place. So it means merry festival in Basque, and it's called Cesta Punta in the Basque country. The sport is played worldwide, especially in Spain, France, and in various Latin American countries. The petitioner attests that the licensing of their personnel and are done by an FBI checks, and then are overseen by the state of Florida. Their league play is overseen by the World Highlight League, and they have placed their league rules in their petition. As a governing body, they have been informed of this request. The petitioner has stated that several operators have expressed interest in offering this event if approved in the Commonwealth. There is no players association for the players, but each player signs a contract with strict code of conduct language. During the review of this petition, the Sports Wagering Division found that the petitioner answered and met the requirements of 247.03. There are no concerns with this request at present time. Recently, Bet Rivers has offered this exclusively, but Magic City Casino has negotiated out of that deal.
Cheryl, could you just remind me what you just said? Who's offered it exclusively?
Bet Rivers.
Okay. And can I, when you say operators, I've been asking for this, just a clarification. Are you talking about Massachusetts licensees or?
Yes, when they say that several operators have expressed interest, the operators, I like to use licensee, but the regulation also uses operators. So I'll try to use.
Could you elaborate on that? And then I didn't mean to interrupt, but we're going to be hearing this a lot, so I just want to have a pause. Who are the Massachusetts operators who asked for this?
So when this was a general question, whenever I say the petitioner said that several operators or licensees, they are saying that I have not received any request from any operators to offer any of these events at this time, formally. When I wrote the memos, I was writing it for US Integrity, or this case, Magic City Highlight is the one that is expressed that many have. That's why they said they backed out of the Bet Rivers exclusivity, because they want to go for a lot of sports wagering operators throughout the country.
So if I'm correct, this was exclusive of this other company before, and nobody else could offer it.
Correct. When people tried, they could not do it because Bet Rivers had an exclusivity deal, which they backed out of.
So we've had the chance to review the memo. I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I know we have 6 of these. So I thought that that was an important distinguishing point. So far, with respect to what Sterl has offered, are there any other questions?
I think I guess I do have a question. And it's a loaded question, but during our training over the past year, this sport has come before us many times as one that has integrity issues. And if you read, some of the history over the last 20 years, if not 30 years, it's a sport that is really, I don't know how to say it. It's just not happening as much as it did back in the 70s and the 80s due to some issues from what I read. So I question the integrity of the sport at this point, because in all the training that we received, this particular sport was highlighted to us.
I think maybe Commissioner Maynard or Commissioner Skinner want to add in. I think Commissioner Skinner, were you first or Commissioner Maynard?
I can go first. I don't know who was, but if Commissioner Maynard is okay, I can go first. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Commissioner Skinner.
Okay. So, Commissioner Hill touched on a little of my concerns. A couple other questions that I had was, Sterl, you referenced the earlier issue with the exclusivity deal with Bet Rivers that they've since backed off from. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but I guess it means that other jurisdictions can now offer this event. Do we have, since this event has been made available to other operators, have we had any of our licensees offer this event in any other jurisdiction?
I don't know of what licensees offer in which ones. This request once again came from US Integrity, and they were asked to provide information in regards to that. I don't believe we have anyone from Magic City Highlight on the call. There were several here in the beginning that US Integrity asked to be here. But as for that exclusivity, what that meant is that Bet Rivers was the only sports wagering operator who could use and accept wagers on Magic City Highlight only. So Bet Rivers was the only one. DraftKings couldn't, FanDuel couldn't, even if they wanted to. They were the only ones that were providing. If I may ask, Scott, are you from Magic City Highlight or presenting for Magic City Highlight? You're muted if you're saying something.
I was doing a fact check, excuse me. If you were asking, Sterl, I was just checking on something.
No, we had somebody, Scott
Muting.
Saban, who.
Oh, there's Scott. Thank you.
But he's muted, so I believe he is from Magic City Highlight.
Try *6, but honestly, I'm not really. This was unexpected to have Mr. Saban weigh in today.
Okay. My apologies.
Certainly, Mr. Saban, you can weigh in. I was fact checking one point, Bruce, and I asked Karen to check into this. My memory is, and I did think of this over the weekend, and I just didn't go back in time, but I think this sport came up to us the first round when the operators were asking for it, and we decided against it. I think
Madam
we're all
Chair,
nodding our heads.
Yeah,
Right.
and I was going to, in my further questions, I think that the recommendation from both Sterl and Bruce was that we not accept this event into the Massachusetts catalog. And so my general question, and I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair, to proceed as you see fit. But my other question is, what's changed since then?
I think that's a fair question, Commissioner Skinner. This came to us, and I do appreciate that our regulation currently allows anyone to petition, but this is just it begs these questions, and so Commissioner Skinner's question is exactly the right one.
So to answer why this is in front of us is it was put in front of us, and when our regulation is written, so even if you deny Magic City Highlight today. Again, let's say 2 or 3 months down the road, DraftKings can come and ask to add this to the wagering catalog. I believe when this first came up in our first round of the catalog, the questions revolved around how this was offered via sports wagering as opposed to pari-mutually, as the event has always been performed in the past. So with those reservations, between that and the reservation of being someone new, we left it off due to its it was also in an exclusivity deal at that time, but I believe it was just getting out of it. I do not know if it was allowed to wager to be allowed to be wagered on in other jurisdictions, but between those two questions, we just left it off, or recommended against it, I should say. I'm sorry.
Commissioners, before I turn, I want to honor Mr. Savin's time. Commissioner Hill, question?
I would prefer to hear from Mr. Savin, and then I have a comment to make.
Thank you. Mr. Savin, thank you. I think you're no longer, Mr. Savin, can you hear me okay? I think he's frozen.
I think he's frozen.
He froze in a good way up there. Let's see if he comes back. Hi, Mr. Savin, are you able to hear us? All right.
Let me see if I can stop his video. Maybe that'll kind of jar him loose a little bit.
Okay, thank you. That's quite a feat if Dave can do that.
Yeah.
Can you hear us, Scott?
Okay, I think that, no, I appreciate that he arrived. I didn't know that we would have any of the outside guests today, which is part of kind of our process. So I appreciate that he showed, but we're having trouble hearing from him. Commissioner Hill.
My comment was that I'm not ready to see this move forward.
Okay, unless I hear from another commissioner, we did have a split vote on the last one. Is there anyone who wishes to move on this? Okay, let's go on to the next one then. Thank you.
Okay, so the next petition comes from, again, U.S. Integrity, and they've provided a request for the USPMGA to be added as a sporting event to the event catalog. A summary of a petition is below, following the petition submitted by U.S. Integrity in Appendix A. So miniature golf, also known as mini golf or a variety of names, is an offshoot of the sport of golf, focusing solely on the putting aspect of the parent game. The aim of the game is to score the lowest number of points, and it is played on a course consistent of a series of holes, usually 9, similar to those of the parent, but of course are characterized in its short length. The petitioner has attested that U.S. Pro Mini Golf Association is the governing body of the event, and that the WPL, the World Putting League, is the league associated with this request. They have been informed of this petition and is going in front of the Massachusetts Gaming Commission. U.S. Integrity was asked of any current operators in the Commonwealth that would be interested in offering this event, and U.S. Integrity stated that DraftKings currently takes wagers in other markets, and that Bettor will also be offering wagers for the next event. There is no players association for this league. Detailed integrity and scoring policies are given in the petitioner's request. They have provided their integrity controls, the anti-gambling policy, and that U.S. Integrity will be providing the monitoring and both wagering and event activity. During the review of this petition, the Sports Wagering Division found the petitioner answered and met the requirements of 247.03. There are no concerns with this request at present time. If approved, this would be a new event added to the event catalog.
Questions for Sterl? Commissioner Maynard.
So it's this is a relatively mature sport, right? 1997. They've been having events since, correct?
Correct.
Okay. That's all I have.
Commissioner Hill?
Madam Chair, I have a, oh, sorry, I was, sorry,
so
presuming that
sorry.
you were going to move, Commissioner Hill. So before
My
you do that,
eyes missed. Sorry, Commissioner Skinner, whoever was
Thank-
first, it might have been on me. This
It's
happened.
Commissioner Skinner for sure.
Thank you so much. My eyes, my apology.
No worries. Thank you. I probably should have asked this when we put the first event to vote. Sterl, I understand that our regulations permit any person to submit a petition to add an event to the wagering catalog. But do you have any insight you could provide as to why US Integrity is doing this in particular? What's the rationale or justification for that, if you know?
I believe that US Integrity is a paid company and they're paid for their services. And so they, I guess with they're stating that they view all wagers and their integrity. This might also be another service that they provide these leagues.
Okay.
That was the question I had, Commissioner Skinner, is there does seem to be a self-propagation in some of these requests, which is why my concern that our licensees are not coming forward at the same time is an issue I have procedurally across the board on these today.
And if I
Nothing to do with,
could-
Commissioner Maynard's point that this has been around for a long time, this particular group. I'm not saying anything substantively on that.
Yeah, if I could just elaborate on my feeling is that when I don't have affirmative action from one of our licensees, I wonder if outside jurisdictions are hoping that Massachusetts wagerers bet their money on events that, our licensees aren't that interested in. And so I'm thinking, I guess I'd like to know that our licensees are really invested in the events first, but our regulation is very open-ended right now. And that was one of the things I don't think I appreciated that consequence when I guess I imagine it would only be stakeholders in Massachusetts who would come forward. So I'm learning too, Commissioner Skinner, maybe I'm wrong. And maybe, the answer is it because that they want more business, as Joel said, and perhaps, but we don't really know. But that is, I'm wondering what's the motivation as well? Because I just want to make sure we're doing what's in the best interest for Commonwealth wagers.
Madam Chair, that being said, I mean, I feel like I'm kind of forced to vote a certain way, assuming, given that unless there is a red flag. And, as long as the petition meets the requirements of our regulations, I'm sort of hard pressed not to vote yay. And so I guess my question is, is it fair to hold off on these until we get some additional information and feedback from our operators?
Perhaps I could turn to Councilor Grossman because I fully appreciate that. Is there, do we have our ability to exercise discretion on these at all? Or should we get more information, Councilor?
Well, as a general matter, you always have broad discretion. I don't think you're necessarily forced to take action today, although Commissioner Skinner raises a good question. We probably would need a basis. I'd have to look at the regulation specifically, a basis to deny the request. There's certainly no harm in postponing the decision if there's a discomfort or an uncertainty surrounding the particulars. So that would certainly be a viable avenue here. I'd have to look up the regulation to see exactly what it says about this, right?
Because as I understand how we're interpreting the regulation, anyone who comes forward.
That is true. I mean, that part I can confirm. Anyone is allowed to make that request.
When can we deny them? On what basis can we deny them? If they're,
Yeah, we'll have to look that up.
I have the reg right now. There's several sections afterwards.
Yeah, we'll let Todd do this, Sterl. Let's let our general counsel navigate this, but because Commissioner Skinner's raised a good point.
I mean, subsection 8 specifically says that we have in its sole discretion, we can, 6 allows us to put any sort of time periods, et cetera, on it if we want to do it experimental. 7 and 8 talks about technology. 8, commission may grant, deny, limit, restrict, or condition a request made pursuant to this rule, may revoke, suspend, or modify any approval granted under this rule. There are no qualifiers on that subsection. And so while I appreciate that the reg as written allows anyone to petition, I see absolutely no force that says that we have to vote yay. I mean, I have a problem procedurally with how it's written, what's presented in front of us right now, because we don't have our, whether you call them operators or licensees. And I have concerns about, again, propagating certain betting industries, et cetera, that our licensees have not come forward, even indirectly, specifically as to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts asking for these. I don't see any reason why we can, as a body, say that we don't think that that's appropriate. So Commissioner Skinner, if you wanted my feedback on that, that's what it is. And a quick reading of the reg, I don't see anything that qualifies the specific authority in subsection 8 under 0.03 that says that we can do anything in response to these petitions.
Thank you. That's helpful. Did you say subsection 8? I have the right.
Yeah, it's 0.03 sub 8.
Todd, I don't know if you want to, if you have
Yeah,
the reg now in front of you, but I think that there's room in that reg. That's my reading.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think there's a great deal of discretion built in here. Ultimately, the integrity of these wagers is paramount. And if the commission's not there, then I think there's plenty of room to deny any such request or to leave it open until such information can be provided, if you're so inclined. But yeah, I think that's absolutely right. I completely agree with what Commissioner O'Brien just said. And I think that you are never forced to approve a request that you are uncomfortable with. That's not what this says at all. And so these before you today may fall into that category. There's just a little bit of uncertainty in the mix that might render these a little bit premature, let's say.
And Todd, thank you for that, because Commissioner Skinner and I did vote nay on the first one. So I wanted to make sure we hadn't somehow exercised our discretion.
With you,
Madam Chair. The two of us, I said the two of us voted nay. So it was important for me to make sure that I had followed our reg, which I did. I thought it provided that discretion. 1 and 3 are a little bit different. And from my perspective, Sterl, 1 had no operators, even indirectly from Massachusetts, no licensee, indicating an interest. 3, it's my understanding that at least 1 license, well, I guess 2, have indirectly suggested they might be interested in this, but no current licensee came forward on its own, only through U.S. integrity. Is that all fair?
Correct.
Okay. Mr. Skinner, I'm glad you asked that question, because it's really important for all of us to understand the regulation fully. Thank you. Commissioner Maynard.
Madam Chair, I think I agree totally with Commissioner O'Brien's interpretation of the law here. What I will say is this, is that, on the ones that I'm comfortable with personally, getting to the substance of it, I'm okay with putting it on the catalog to the points made here. If no operator wants to pick it up, don't pick it up, right? And don't make it as an offering. But I totally agree with, the facts as they are. I just look at it as in, we've had a request under the current regulation. Does the regulation give some heartburn? Maybe, but and I'm going to respond to each substance of the request. So that's kind of how I'm looking at it, right? Don't disagree with the facts at all, just kind of how I'm going to maneuver going forward. And if there's something like highlight where we heard over and over again, the first time it came up, that there were integrity issues, I'm not going to move forward on those. And if I think the governing body is legitimate, and I'm going to treat it as such. So that's where I'm coming from, Commissioner Skinner. Just my corner of this.
Thank you for that, Commissioner Maynard. I just to respond, you know, the uncertainty certainly gives me heartburn, as you referenced. And, you know, I do want to respect the level of discomfort in my fellow commissioners, Chair and Commissioner O'Brien. And I regret not initiating this discussion prior to taking the first vote on today's agenda for these. So I feel like I kind of have tied my hands a little bit. So, you know, I'm okay with moving forward, I guess, on these, but I also would be okay in deferring these until a later discussion.
Can I ask a question?
Just to allow, sorry, Karen, just to allow the chair and Commissioner O'Brien to feel more comfortable moving forward on these, at least where a vote is concerned. Sorry, Karen.
Councilor Grossman, I just want to make sure Commissioner Skinner's comfortable. Under the rules, we could go back to the original vote. I don't want anyone to feel boxed in here. Right?
Yeah, of course. If we could always revisit that vote. And I would also just point out, and I think, of course, everyone is aware, there's a draft petition form in the packet for review. And it seems like that might be a good place to start by looking at the form and making sure that all of the petitions that come in have the information with it that will put the commission in a good position to make these judgments as to what should be included in the catalog and not. What information specifically, consistent with the regulations, are you going to need? And I believe there are questions on the petition relative to whether the operators are inclined to offer these markets or not.
If I could intercept, though, I think the problem is the word operators is being used. And I think our regulation may not be clear. Are we talking about operators in Massachusetts, or are we talking about operators across the country that are not necessarily licensed in Massachusetts? So I wonder if we look to the form, is it premature? Should we be looking at our red first? You know, now that we're sort of unveiling these issues, I'm not sure where we'll come out. You know, because I think there's a broad spectrum of questions and sensibilities, and I'm not sure where I'll come out, quite frankly. But I wonder if that's an issue for us when we're hearing the word operator.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think the conversation is probably the important part, whether it's in the context of looking at the regulation or the form, and just making sure now that the commission has settled in a little bit more and is certainly more familiar with what these requests are going to look like, that we're receiving all the information necessary to make the decision. So I think if the commission is inclined to start looking at the petition, we could start there. And if we need to then bring the regulation forward to make adjustments, we can do that. It may be that the regulation is okay. And it's really just the way the information's coming in that is problematic. And it may be that you're okay with the idea that it doesn't have to be a Massachusetts operator submitting the petition, as long as you know that an operator is standing behind the request in some way, shape, or form. So these are all just open issues at the moment, and I think you could attack it from either direction.
Commissioners, we rolled this over earlier. We have had a couple of votes, or we've taken action, I should say, on 2. How would you like to proceed? I am happy to take your cues on this. The next item that Councilor Grossman's alluding to is 5B. We have a good deal of work ahead of us just want to be cognizant of time.
May I make a comment, Madam Chair?
Sure, Commissioner Hill.
This is for Commissioner Skinner first. She brought up an issue and it was touched upon by legal counsel and Karen. If, as one member who voted in favor of the NRX, you could make a motion to reconsider that vote. And then we could go back, and if you are uncomfortable, you could then, if we could get a second, you could then vote no, if that's what you so choose to do. I believe that's the process. Councilor Grossman, correct me if I'm wrong.
Absolutely right.
And on that note, I just wanted Commissioner Skinner to understand what she could do if she so chose to do. In my opinion, moving forward right now, there was a request under our guidelines put before us under our current regs. I have no problem moving forward with them, voting on them or not. We may choose not to make a motion to consider them. I don't think we need to table this today, these 6 requests, but certainly we need to have a discussion moving forward how we're going to address this. But these are before us today. They were brought before us under our current regs, and I have no issue moving forward with them, dealing with them today, Madam Chair. And actually, you know, I'm not gonna, I want to hear what Sterl has to say about the considerations before us, but I'm not comfortable with a couple of them. So I think we only have a vote or 2 more to make.
Just to be clear, when I'm presenting these events, I'm doing so in the capacity of the sports wagering division. I have no opinion on any of these events.
Understood.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Maynard?
I support Commissioner Hill's position. The way I look at this right now as I sit is I would make a decision or not make a decision on these, put them to rest. And if regulations change and they come back in a different manner and submit under a different form, that's what they do. And, you know, I'm thinking about something else we're working on where I'm not happy about the way the regulation is, but I have to take the matter as the regulation is. And I feel
regulation is the regulation, just so you know, was clarified in terms of the discretion. I think we all agree that right now the petition can be anyone, and U.S. Integrity is the petitioner in this case. So I don't think that we're saying necessarily we disagree entirely with the regulation, Commissioner Maynard. Sorry to interrupt you.
no, I'm just, my point is that they've made the request, we've rolled it over once.
Right.
I would like to make a decision on it.
So, and I agree. So let's look at Commissioner Skinner. There was an offer in the event, and this is not to encourage you or not. There is in the, you suggested you were wondering about your vote the first time around. There could be a request for a motion for reconsideration should you so wish. And I offer that to you now. If there's been clarification that is useful to you. And otherwise, I think we have number 3 in front of us at this time. Commissioner Skinner, how do you feel?
I'm okay to proceed. I'm more in the camp of Commissioners Hill and Maynard. When I took the vote on the first, when we took the vote on the first event, I was comfortable, notwithstanding your concerns, Chair, and your concerns, Commissioner O'Brien, I was comfortable in knowing that DraftKings does offer the event in another jurisdictions, DraftKings being one of our operators. And so, I think that based on the regulations that we have before us that are currently in effect, I'm comfortable moving forward. And, if I have concerns outside of what's written in the regulations, just in terms of the event itself, then I'll voice those at the right time.
I'll just offer one observation. It did trouble me that a petitioner came forward
Without talking to them.
When we as a group had turned it down. So we do, from my perspective, I feel a need to be vigilant about what's good for Massachusetts. And I'm looking for our licensees for a lot of guidance, and we had great guidance from the 3 casinos on establishing the catalog And so this is kind of messaging to them, Commissioner Skinner, that I am hopeful for continued guidance from our licensees to make sure we have the catalog that serves the common's interest best. So Commissioner O'Brien, you have your microphone off.
No, I did. I wanted to reiterate that because to me, I was disturbed when DraftKings came forward and had not talked to, the BSA. I am equally disturbed by the fact that U.S. Integrity came forward and didn't solicit our licensees and operators as to this jurisdiction. And so to your point, I'm worried about what's in the catalog and what's best for the consumers and the licensees in this Commonwealth. And so I'm not going to be necessarily swayed or overly impressed that someone offers it somewhere else. And so I was troubled by the fact that even between when we had to bump it and now, they hadn't done that. And so I find that disappointing on their part. And I have some substantive issues with some of the others on this list, as Commissioner Hill said. But as a procedural matter and my role as commissioner for the Commonwealth, I had issues with that. But I'm comfortable moving forward today in terms of adjudicating votes on these.
Okay. Well, and thank you for that. You know, we're all kind of clarifying our positions as we go along here, and I think that's okay.
Chair, just one, may I have one additional question? When we, and this is directed to Sterl and Bruce, when the commission voted on the events catalog initially, that was as a result of the operators putting forward those requests for events?
The Cat 1 operators, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so presumably that is because, or each event that is already authorized, that was authorized initially, I presume the requests came from the Category 1 operators because they intended to offer those events for wagering?
Correct.
Director Wells, could you explain that process just a bit for just a reminder? Stu, I didn't mean to interrupt, but I'm just.
Yes, so what we did, because we knew we were going to have a larger launch of sports wagering in Massachusetts, and we were doing these retail operators first, we had them submit all the things that they were asking for, compiled that, cross-reference those to come up with the original catalog. The sports wagering division, particularly Sterl, went through to see if there were any of concern that recommended that we not do, and then the commission voted on that whole package. Then the reg is here so that other operators, including the mobile operators, could add to that list if they wanted to. So I think the core issue I'm seeing as this conversation develops is the question of, should it just be the operators that request things, or do you want the reg to remain as it is where anyone could request it, even if an operator isn't going to expand that? Now, the team could go back and draft a memo. We could put on a further agenda if the commission would like a policy discussion on that and whether you should do that. But that's how we got to the posture we are right now. We had a catalog. That was the methodology to get that initial catalog. And then we do have sort of an open-ended process right now that we're following if there's a petition to add it. We can always change that. So, this is new, and we're this is helpful to the staff to have this discussion so we can figure out what's the best way to present this to the commission going forward.
And so with that, I'm going to change my earlier position on this. I would like to revisit the vote that we took earlier, and I'm happy to propose a motion. I'm mindful of the reminder from Commissioner O'Brien that there was a lot of concern about the earlier request to have wagering on the Boston Marathon put to a vote without having the input of the BAA. And I think, there are similar concerns here. I just want to make sure that we are fully considering the consequences of our earlier decisions relative to this particular regulation, where we, permitted any person to bring these requests forward. We've sort of fine-tuned our processes in other areas, And I see this as another, just an opportunity to do that here. So I would like to move that, and Todd, you'll have to help me a little bit, but I would like to move that the commission reconsider its vote to approve U.S. Integrity's petition to add NRX to the event catalog.
I have a second.
Out of courtesy to my colleague, I will second that.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So procedural question, Madam Chair, is the motion to reconsider then essentially a motion to vote no? So an I vote would essentially mean no to the request to add it to the catalog, or is there going to be a separate vote?
We need to have it reread because what we can't tell is it a consideration.
Right, to reopen and then vote again, or is it to reconsider and vote no?
Yeah.
We have to vote to reconsider first.
And then we vote,
And then
a proposal is potentially made to say, vote no.
Okay.
Got it.
So just to reconsider. All right, and we have a second from Commissioner Hill on the process. Thank you. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill. On voting to reconsider alone.
aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard,
Aye.
and I vote yes, so 5-0. Now, we're going back to the earlier vote. That was a 3 in favor of including this particular event, NRX, in the catalog. It was 3 in favor, 2 opposed. Now there's been a request to reconsider that vote. Do I have a motion?
I move, Madam Chair, that the commission amend the official catalog of events and wages to include Nitro Rallycross NRX as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right. Any further questions or comments on this request?
Yes.
Yeah.
When I moved to reconsider, I wasn't necessarily suggesting that another vote be taken. I guess I was more hoping to advocate to have this matter put off altogether.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Out of courtesy. Oh, go ahead.
We do have a motion in front of us. There had been some discussion around that and we were moving forward. That isn't the motion in front of us to defer this matter.
Okay.
You did bring up the idea of revisiting the regulation, and I know that is on for the agenda setting purposes. We will revisit the regulation, whether it will change or not is up to us. But that is for future consideration. I have a motion right now for reconsideration.
No, on the vote to accept.
On the vote, right.
I seconded it.
If the vote would have stood, Commissioner Skinner, without if you're saying that the motion for reconsideration was to somehow stall the vote or not, or what's the word, waive the vote for
I
now?
think she was trying to strike that vote, and then maybe she was going to move to hold the vote. I think maybe what Commissioner Skinner was contemplating.
Perhaps, and I'm sorry to make this so messy, but I understand that there's a motion before us and that has been seconded. So we can move forward with a full vote.
Okay. Commissioner O'Brien.
Nay.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Abstain.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote no. Todd, with 2-2 abstain, does the motion stand?
The vote does not carry, so it's effectively denied for the time being. I would just add, if I have this right, this is essentially without prejudice, so someone could, in theory, bring this issue back with further information that may satisfy the commission that it's ripe for inclusion in the catalog, but it doesn't carry right now.
Does not carry. So right now, 1 and 2 are not to be included in the event. Now we have before us item number 3, which is the U.S. Pro Miniature Golf Association's event. U.S. Integrity is the petitioner.
Madam Chair,
We've heard from Sterl on it. Commissioner Hill, do you have a motion?
I do. I would move that the commission amend the official catalog of events and wages to include the U.S. Pro Mini Golf Association as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Okay, any questions or edits on this one? Okay, Commissioner O'Brien.
Nay, for the same procedural reasons I discussed earlier.
Commissioner Hill,
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner,
Abstain.
and Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote nay. So again, the motion fails. All right. We're going to go forward. Perhaps we should ask a practical question. Should we go forward?
If I can answer that, Madam Chair. And
We have
I'm
3 more requests. 3 more
I'm trying to be
requests.
blunt. There's only one more that I'd rather see move forward. And that is the Street League Skateboarding SLS. The other 2, I think I need a lot more discussion about and a lot more education about.
Can I point out that with respect to number 6, I believe Mr. Carpenter would note that that is judged by a panel.
Correct.
I don't know if that is of interest to you. Let's take it one at a time. On item number 4, before Sterl goes through his analysis, we've all had a chance to read the memoranda in the packet. Do we have particular questions for Sterl in order for us to take action?
We just hear for the record exactly what number 4 is for today's meeting.
Power slap, is that right, Sterl?
Correct.
Yeah. The
Power
power
slap.
slap is number 4.
Questions for Sterl on power slap? I must say, Sterl, I had to Google it.
Yep.
It's quite disturbing.
Yeah, yeah.
The interesting thing is that there was all kinds of information on it on the Google. So power slap, if there are no particular questions with respect to governance, et cetera, would there be a motion to include that in the catalog?
Madam Chair, I would actually move that the commission not amend the official catalog of events and wages to include Power Slap as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Commissioner Hill, do you want to add any color as to why in particular you would say no?
I found the whole Power Slap thing to be quite disturbing, and I just could not see myself supporting betting on such an event. It's as clear and cut dry as that.
Can I add and just and confirm, Sterl, does this particular event also have no set governing body at this time?
Power Slap is licensed by the Nevada State Athletic Commission.
But that's not a governing body, right? That's a license.
That's who oversees all the events. I mean, I'm sorry, they're the one that license it. So U.S. Integrity attests that Power Slap has no governing body, but the league's Power Slap is licensed by the state of Nevada Athletic Commission. They have no players association. Their matches are determined by the Nevada State Athletic Commission. They also place their integrity and gaming policies in their petition.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Any further questions or of Sterl? Hey, Commissioner. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Maynard.
I have no further questions, but I stand where Commissioner Hill does on this one and the next one, that at a time when we're learning about head injury and impact, et cetera, that numbers 4 and 5 would even be on this list is appalling to me.
Commissioner Maynard?
I join my fellow commissioners, and I would say that I see no benefit to the Commonwealth that could outweigh any of the risks and the harms. And so for those reasons, absolutely no.
Okay, Commissioner Skinner, you want to weigh in?
Just to say that I am aligned with each of my fellow commissioners on this.
Okay, right now we are looking only at power slap and not slap fight. So I just want to remind, that's what the motion is on the floor. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
I vote yes, 5-0. Okay, moving on to slap fight. If there is in this case in your notes, Daryl, an indication that Sports Slap USA is the governing body, and that U.S. Integrity remains the petitioner with some interest from DraftKings and Better in your notations, but they did not directly ask. Correct, Sterl?
Correct.
Okay. Is there a motion on the floor here? Is there one that opposes including it, or affirmative to include it?
Madam Chair, I would move that the commission not amend the official catalog of events and wages to include Slap Fight Championship as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Second.
Okay, any further questions or comments on this item? All right, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes, 5-0. Moving on to item number 6, Daryl. This is Street League Skateboarding. I think your notation is U.S. Integrity is the petitioner.
Correct.
Who's the governing body in that case?
So Street League Skateboarding is an international skateboarding tournament. The governing body of the event is Street League Skateboarding, SLS. The petitioner has stated is aware of this request. If asked, when asked the offer in Massachusetts, U.S. Integrity said that DraftKings have indicated that we will offer, they want to offer lines on this event. Given the first event where the sports wagering offering on SLS, we expect more operators to come to the table. That is what they said. They also, this was the event in which they said was being introduced in Chicago on the event on the April 29th. During that time, I reached out recently to DraftKings and confirmed that on April 29th, Colorado, Connecticut, Tennessee, and Wyoming, confirmed by DraftKings, did offer these events. That DraftKings did offer these events for wagering. It was the sports wagering division that wanted to point out that the winners of these events are determined by a panel of 3 judges. Currently, the language in our catalog is that it prohibits this type of event in section 12, and although not stated for skateboarding, since it is a new event, in which the final outcome of an event is primarily based on the evaluation or assessment of a judge or panel of judges, is not allowed, is language that is currently in our sports wagering catalog. I also wanted to note, I tried to say as best I could in this packet that I noticed Madam Chair stated during that meeting a while back for anyone to come forward if they had any information or I don't know the wording, but if anyone would able to offer any opinions or alleviate any concerns people might have of panel judging, like in the Olympics and whatnot, or summer events, that they could bring them to our attention.
Have we heard from anyone?
We have not heard from anyone at this time. I did come across one article about the what happened with the skaters, and then how the Olympics has moved forward from that, but no specifics.
I think we did, when we went through the catalog, we did indicate we probably should revisit that at the right time. So just a note that we can think about revisiting with more information. Commissioner O'Brien.
I'm probably the one that was the most troubled by the whole concept of subjective judging being involved on something that you could bet on. I feel like the risk of it being affected or inside knowledge is too great. So I have a procedural issue with it, and then I also just have that fundamental issue with how it's judged.
And we could explore to find out, are there mitigating measures to address those concerns, but we haven't taken a deep dive into how judging with panels really preserves integrity with the concerns that Commissioner O'Brien just raised. How do you balance it? Yes, Sterl, go right ahead. I'm sorry.
No, yeah, just to that point, what that article stated, I believe that the Olympics have moved to a panel of 5 judges where the highs and the lows are thrown out, trying to mitigate the,
manipulation prospect.
Exactly.
Yeah, so they might be taking measures that way. Can we, I would like to ask if we could take that discussion and take a deep dive in it when we're prepared for that. Does everybody agree? Okay. So now.
I do have a motion if you'd like.
Yes.
I would move that the commission not amend the official catalog of events and wages to include street league skateboarding SLS as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. Any further questions or edits or discussion?
Madam Chair.
Yes,
I would just note that I remember a very lengthy and detailed conversation about judging events that include judging. Because of that, I'm going to respect our decision that day, and I'm going to vote no, but I am open to opening my mind a different way in the future, depending on how the conversation goes.
And thank you. I think I would echo that when I vote today. As it said, I need to learn more about the risks on those kinds of panel judges. And I think it probably begs the question that we should turn to it sooner than later, right? But we'll need some good work done. All right. Anything else? And thank you, Commissioner Maynard, that helped frame my thoughts. So thank you. All right. Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. Cheryl, we got through all 6. Excellent work. Your memo, and it did outline really the thinking of the petition, the form of the petition, and it was really helpful. It included, answering so many questions, raised a few. I am wondering, commissioners, given what we have to accomplish today, if it makes sense for us to bring the petition form and the regulation together for consideration, because I think what we would say right now, the form does echo the regulation as it should. That's why it was coming forward, but that there's been at least a question to revisit the reg, whether or not we'll change it. It's up for grabs, and then work with the form. How's that sound?
Sounds good.
Okay. Bruce, Sterl, and Karen, does that sound all right with you? Okay,
Makes sense. We have agenda setting Wednesday, so we can set up a time frame and get you whatever you need.
excellent. Thank you so much. Commissioner Skinner, are you all set with that?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So now we'll turn to 5C. And that is, I think we have Crystal Boschman joining us. There she is. And we'll start with Director Band.
Yes.
I was going to say, I am here, but I think it's Bruce.
Yeah, it's me. She just did the memo. I was off on Friday. Yeah, this has to do with 24301. Correct? This is C that we're on, correct?
Yep.
This has to do with the 90-day requirement that this has to do mostly with Cat 1 for this 90-day, which was May 1st, with the security controls. And essentially the 24301 Section X and Appendix B talks about the technical security controls. And actually for that section, I will have Christian go into that a little bit. Christian?
Thank you, Bruce.
Good afternoon, Christian.
Good afternoon. So as Bruce had described, there was a tech regulation, regulation 243.01, Section X, that Cat 1 operators needed to meet within 90 days. Actually, if Todd can help me describe the reg a little bit here.
Sure. So you'll recall this in 243. So it amends GLI 33 and adds in I did unmute myself. Yes. Okay. So it adds in a new requirement that this 90-day audit be performed. And in order to have that performed, an operator would have to retain what the regulation describes as a qualified independent technical expert. The expert may be selected by the operator, but is subject to the approval of the commission. And in order to be deemed a qualified technical expert, the regulation says that the entity has to meet these minimum qualifications, which we'll put on our website. And the commission, as you may recall, within section 243.01 outlined a series of prerequisites in order to be deemed a qualified technical expert. And those are in paragraph 2 here. So it's an X2, if I have that right. And it says, to qualify as an independent technical expert, the independent technical expert shall A, have relevant education background or in other ways provide relevant qualifications in assessing event wagering systems. B, obtain and maintain certifications sufficient to demonstrate proficiency and expertise as a network penetration tester by recognized certification boards, either nationally or internationally. C, have at least 5 years experience performing technical security control audits on event wagering systems. And D is anything else the commission wants to add to the list, essentially. As Christian can describe in further detail, because he was the one leading the charge here, but we have received information from 2 entities that are desirous of being deemed independent technical experts. We have been working together as a team internally to determine whether they meet those standards. We are still in the process of gathering that information. Some of the information was unclear, and so it hasn't been completed yet and is not ready for your review here today. The issue with that is that the regulations, as has been mentioned, require that this audit be performed within 90 days of the commencement of operations, essentially, and that 90-day mark has come up for the Category 1 operators. The regulation then says that a report has to be completed and submitted to the commission no later than 30 days after the assessment is completed. So that's essentially 120 days from, no more than 120 days from the commencement of operations. So I don't believe we've hit that date yet, but it doesn't, it's unclear whether we'll be able to hit that date. So we wanted to bring these issues to the commission's attention so that you are aware of those timing issues. It may be a situation where a waiver of some kind or a variance would be required to ensure technical compliance. We don't believe there is any inherent risk to the integrity or vulnerability of any of these operations that is at stake here, though this is an important piece of the regulatory review. So it's still being stood up in many ways. And that's where we are right now with this. I think, as perhaps Christian and others may agree, within another week or two, we'll probably have more clarity as to where this all stands and can probably return this issue to a meeting agenda so that we can try to resolve this audit requirement.
We have been asked for an extension from two of the licensees, which was MGM and Encore, just because they needed some clarity, as well as a group to actually do their audit.
Bruce, what about PPC? Are they all set?
PPC's all set, yes.
I'm gonna turn to Crystal. Crystal, you put the memo together. Got some thoughts on this?
I did. I did a little bit of research with licensing and Christian for that, but I think my intent with the memo was really just to break down the reg and exactly how Christian, Todd, Bruce, everybody's going through the process of reviewing each component of the reg as it comes in, and just clarifying the status of where we're at.
Yeah. Kara, can you bring us up to date where the registration is on these?
Of course. So both entities have submitted a sports wagering registration application, and they are currently under review. But they, so they will likely be complete shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Skinner.
I have just one. Did the request for an extension come in timely?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So, Kara, could you just walk us through, or Crystal or Christian, the deadline versus what the 30-day gets them?
The deadline is May 1st initially for the first 90 days, and the 30 days would be, I believe, June 1st, somewhere right in there for the
We're a
complete.
little late giving them the extension.
Pardon me?
We're a little late giving the extension then, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'm okay with that as long as the request came, was timely, and I
Yes.
think that's already been answered, so.
And PPC does not need the extension.
No, PPC does not. It was just clarification of the registrant of the people that did their audit.
So they met everything. PPC is all set.
Well, except with one important exception, that the entity they used to do the testing has not been deemed a qualified independent technical expert. So they have had an audit performed by an entity that has proposed to become a qualified independent technical expert.
Should we give them some kind of a waiver on that, Todd? Because isn't that part of the equation?
I was just going to add in there that the part of the regulation that gives them the 30 days to do the report is after the assessment component, which is after they've been deemed the technical expert. So they would have 30 days from that. Which is why we estimated that June 1st, because once Kara's confirmed that they're set to go, they would have the 30 days. So, but like Todd said, it's already in.
What does that process entail? I know Kara just spoke about the application submissions, but what exactly is required to deem an independent technical expert qualified?
Christian and Kevin are going over their qualifications and their certifications as to what credentials they have that match against our regulations to make sure that these entities are qualified to do this audit.
So to be clear, and maybe we should back up a half a step, and I apologize if this wasn't clear. There's two components here. There's the licensing side of it, in which a determination was made at the staff level that these entities were required to become registered as vendors, essentially. But as you know, when entities become registered as vendors, we don't look at their qualifications. It's more of a suitability and identification type review. There's no competency review. However, the regulations, when they come to sports wagering, talk about the competency of these entities in order to perform this work. So that's not something the licensing division typically looks at. And that's why Christian and Kevin Gavreau have been asked to take a look at the competency side of it. And those are the three prerequisites I just mentioned earlier that Christian and his group have been looking at. So that's separate from what Kara is doing, although we've all collaborated on this review.
Commissioners, get questions?
I have a couple follow-up questions. I'm sorry, I'm just trying to understand the process. And so in the case of PPC, their review is complete, but IT still has to do their review to ensure that the experts are qualified.
That's correct.
But it's my understanding that was a decision made by the staff to do some kind of a qualification process. Is that right, Todd?
No, that's in the regulation. It requires, yes.
Okay,
It's all in.
What was it that was determined by at the staff level that you said?
The idea that these entities also had to get registered as vendors, that's not discussed in 243. That's in a separate section. It seemed to all of us that it was important. So I should also add, in case this point isn't clear, these are not the independent test labs. We're not talking about GLI and BMM or those folks. These are totally separate entities. Although there is a relationship between one of them and GLI. But so for that reason, we don't even know who they are. And so it was important, we thought, that they be identified and registered, as opposed to us just looking at their qualifications. And that's why the registration piece came into play.
So it's the registration piece that the staff made a decision on.
Well, it does fall under the regulations. We didn't, of course, just make it up, but there is a process that we followed on that front.
They are providing goods and services to the operators or the licensees, just like any other vendor. So they fall into the vendor category. So it all made sense together.
And so, Commissioner Skinner, you have more follow-up?
Yeah. So with respect, back to the request at hand with respect to MGM and EBH, they have not submitted their required documents. And once they do that, with the new deadline, by the new deadline of June 1st or thereabouts, their vendors would also need to be qualified or reviewed for their qualification by IT. Okay.
That was my question. So
it appears as though EBH is going to use the same vendor that PPC is using, for what that's worth. And in MGM's defense, they did, I think, and people can correct me if I have this wrong, that their audit hasn't been performed because there was some uncertainty as to whether the entity they wanted to use would be allowed to do it. So that's why they haven't done.
And this would apply to all of our sports, our online sports wagering offer. Are we clear with them what our expectations are and the timing? Does that help? Because
yeah, we did. Bruce and team, and I think Christian had sent a notice out to these the retail operators in advance, warning them of the deadline. I think that it makes sense to reiterate that with the licensees for category 3 from sports wagering and from Christian, to make sure that they know that the onus is on them to get this done.
I guess what I'm struggling with, and Commissioner Skinner, you would be more familiar, given your former position than I. Their choice of the auditor, they aren't, I guess maybe Kara too, you can help me. They wouldn't know if they're, do we have a list of who would be properly registered for this so that we get them off to the right start, or?
Yes, and so that's actually in part why we wanted to have them registered as well, so that they could also be included on the sports wagering registration list, which is of course public and posted on our website. And we would also, of course, let our operators know as well. So if they were to choose somebody outside, they would know exactly what the process is in terms of both registration with licensing as well as the qualification.
As well as the qualification. All right, thanks. Yeah, I would help out our online. That makes sense because the 90 days isn't very long in the scheme of things. Okay. Commissioner Skinner, did I take away your time? Sorry.
No, it's okay. So for today's purposes, the commission is going to approve or not approve the request for an extension. And then we won't hear about it. So assuming the requests are approved, IT, Christian, you folks do your technical qualification review. That this matter doesn't come before us again. Is that accurate?
We could report out if the commission would like. We can report out on that everything is squared away. I think that makes sense, just to ensure compliance with their.
Yeah, not just with respect to MGM and EBH, but with respect to all of the operators. Okay.
Yeah, Bruce, if you make a note of that, we can add it for the agenda setting, just to keep that
Already
up.
did.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We just one supplement to that, Commissioner Skinner. We may need to bring the qualifications submitted by one or both of the entities back to the commission to look at if it's unclear whether they would meet the standards or not.
Can I follow up with that? And with Commissioner Skinner's earlier question, if we were to approve today, what are the consequences, and what are the consequences if there's an issue on the qualification?
The consequences would be that the operator would be in violation of this provision of the regulations and subject to disciplinary action.
And today, if we didn't approve this, that would be the case as well, correct?
Right.
But they did submit timely the request for extension.
Todd, does the filing of the request for extension in a timely fashion doesn't automatically stay, does it?
No.
It's not like the application to renew a license?
No, I don't think so. I mean, in fairness to everyone, this is new for us too. So it took us a little bit of time to kind of get our sea legs about us and really gain a clear understanding of the whole process. So it felt like folks were generally timely here. That's just kind of my opinion.
But it doesn't automatically toll. And so
No, it
right
does
now,
not.
they're technically past the deadline.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so the request is for 2 extensions for Encore, Boston Harbor, and MGM Springfield. Also with a request from our team that we are kept apprised on this matter. I have a motion.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission grant Encore Boston Harbor and MGM Springfield a 30-day extension from the requirements set out in 205 CMR 243.011X, that operators must have a technical security control audit conducted within 90 days of commencing operations.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Hill. Any questions? Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. And thank you to our licensees and working with our team as we figure this out in timely fashion. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Christian. Good to see you. Thank you, Crystal. Feel better. She says she has a cold, but we didn't notice. Okay. So now we're going to move on to responsible research, gaming, and our FY24 research agenda. Good afternoon, Mark.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's been a long day, so.
No, it's not a long day for us. Long day for you. Here we
I was
are.
thinking more of you. Anyway, I'm happy, Bonnie and I are happy to bring to you the FY24 research agenda for vote. So as you know, the Expanded Gaming Act enshrines the role of gaming research agenda in order to understand the social and economic effects of expanded gaming in the Commonwealth. It's an annual research agenda, meaning that the beauty of this is that we can build a body of research to better understand what the social and economic impacts are, but also dive deeper into specific areas of interest with an overall goal of mitigating, understanding the impacts of gambling, but also mitigating the negative and unintended consequences of gambling. The Gaming Commission, in response, has established a number of research categories following a strategic planning process. And I won't go into details of each of those categories for you, but they are listed in the memo that Bonnie and I created for you. The Sports Wagering Act also carries forward this requirement for a gaming research agenda, and specifically, since this is a relatively new area for the Commission, the sports wagering, as it states in statute, the sports wagering research agenda shall include, but not limited to, an assessment of whether problem sports wagering is comorbid with problem gambling, an assessment as to whether individuals participating in sports wagering are different from those participating in other forms of gambling, an assessment of the impact of sports wagering on youth under the age of 25, an assessment of the impacts of sports wagering on college athletes and professional sports, and the costs of implementing this chapter. So the original strategic plan, sports wagering was not captured as a specific category. However, that seeing that as a priority at the Commission, we've added a specific line of research that is dedicated specifically to understanding sports wagering. So we brought a draft research agenda to the Gaming Commission before you on March 30th. This is a way to kick off this discussion and get some early feedback from you. On April 4th, we brought this research agenda to the Gaming Research Advisory Committee. And while this is not a statutory body, this is a long-standing group that the Commission has hosted And we, among other things, seek advice from them on the annual research agenda. And then finally, on May 4th, we brought this draft research agenda to the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee. And this is a statutorily mandated advisory committee. And as stated in section 71, the Gaming Commission, with the advice of the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee, shall establish an annual research agenda. And so that was actually just last Thursday. So on Friday, Bonnie and I pulled together feedback from those 3 meetings and are here today with what we feel is a solid annual research agenda that considers the expansion of sports wagering, but also holds true to our commitment of understanding the social and economic effects of gaming in the Commonwealth more generally. Now, Madam Chair and Commissioners, I would be happy to walk through each of these deliverables with you. However, they are largely unchanged from the meeting that we had on back in March. I could also skip that part and talk to you about the specific feedback that we received during these 3 meetings. I am totally open to however you want to proceed.
I'd ask if you could start with the feedback, please. That would be really helpful.
Yes, certainly. So you'll notice that in the memo that we have for you, there's the final page is the feedback that we received as well as the steps taken. And so I will just start from the top. So during the commission meeting on March 30th, there was a question about money laundering in the context of sports wagering and whether that should be something that would be considered within the annual research agenda. I consulted with our IAB to try to get a sense of what their knowledge needs were and determine if there was a research question or a research sort of stream that we should proceed on. I didn't get the sense that it was a question or a concern that would be brought to the FY24 annual research agenda. However, we could continue to work with the IAB kind of aside from that annual research agenda in order to make sure that they have the information they need as it pertains to money laundering.
Commissioners, I think I was perhaps the one that raised the issue around money laundering, and particularly as it may affect sports wagering, including both that takes place on kiosks as well as online. I know there's a great deal of research going on at the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. Becky Harris, the former chair of the control board, is leading a lot of that research that's influencing decisions around the world. I wonder if we should, I guess I wonder how we feel as the commissioners as to whether we should be looking at this more carefully. Commissioner Maynard.
Madam Chair, I do remember this conversation, and I do think that you brought it up, but I was also very interested in it. Was there any, Mark, we're not subject to these internal conversations. Was there, is there a reason? Is there a public safety reason or some sort of reason why we wouldn't explore this?
Good question.
Well, there's no particular reason why we wouldn't. I think it was in my consultation with Loretta, and it was just that she didn't feel that there was a specific avenue or a research question that that was worth investing in research at this point. Happy to add it to the sort of a watch list or provide information. Happy to work with UNLV, reach out to UNLV and see what work is being done in this area. But so however you would like to proceed, we can do that.
So when I was looking at it, I was thinking there could be, some information that you would want to keep anonymous, right? And that's part of the reason that was going on. But if that's not the case, I think that, we try as commissioners to be, if we bring stuff up, there's a reason. And so I think that I'm interested in it. I mean, this is the first year we've had sports wagering. It could be, scaled back from what perhaps some were envisioning, but I'm interested in seeing, if this is an issue in Massachusetts at this time.
I think I would need some additional direction in terms of the scope, and we would need to work together to kind of scope out a project like this to have a better understanding of the questions that the commission has as it relates to money laundering and sports wagering. So
Commissioners, your thoughts on addressing this issue? I mean, my feeling is money laundering is go ahead, Commissioner O'Brien.
No, so when I think about AML, I think about the AG's office too, and what their scope is with us. And I don't know if they have any, because I hear you, Mark, like if you don't know where to go to look for it, it's a different beast than looking at money laundering in a brick and mortar. But I'm wondering if at a minimum, if we say we're going to work and consult with the AG's office, gaming enforcement unit, to see if there's anything we can study, right? Because they're doing interdiction and investigations and wiretaps, potentially things like that may come up with information that they could share in a way that, protects confidences, that might give guidance to research. But I hear what you're saying. Right now, we'd be flying blind if we were trying to tell you to research something. So is there a way to put in sort of more clear direction? Not so much coming up with a research paper, so much as exploring the research opportunities or benchmarks that we would need to look at to then see if you were going to do it the next year. Does that give more guidance to Commissioner Maynard so that we are continuing to look at it and not forgetting about it?
One thing I'm thinking of is, we do have partners, the GEU, the state police, and the AG's office that would be interested in making sure that the laws is enforced. But we may not be well educated on how sports wagering is exploited for the purpose of money laundering. So my thought was, at the very least, we could be helping to using our research agenda to educate ourselves and our partners on these risks. They may very well be different than, as you say, Commissioner O'Brien, with respect to the casinos. But I guess I hear you, Mark, saying about scope. Perhaps it's something that we should explore. But what I don't want to do is I want to be on the record that I think this is an issue of import for public safety and the integrity of the system, and I would like to explore the topic so that we can perhaps be helpful to our partners. But that's my thinking.
And Chair, if I can may I jump in a moment?
Yes.
So IEB does have a couple initiatives going on right now, information gathering initiatives. We've got our GEU doing outreach to other jurisdictions, specifically targeted on the AML implications in this new sports wagering environment. I mean, my wires may have gotten crossed with Mark in terms of, like, is there a specific research question I can think of? I'm not sure about that, but we do have some topics currently underway, and may be worth a follow-up conversation with Mark and team.
Questions for Loretta?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just going to respond to what Commissioner O'Brien did. As often she does, she put it more articulately than I did, but that was exactly what I was getting at is, A, is it a problem, right? B, how's it being dealt with our partners? and try to scope the issue. But I am interested to see, is it, I don't know if it's happening. Is it happening? To what degree is it happening? And what can we do as a commission to curtail it if it is happening? I mean, that's kind of where I'm thinking, but Commissioner O'Brien did a really good job of summarizing where my head was.
Definitely been a topic for us in IEB, and GEU has prioritized it. They're doing jurisdictional visits and conversations, and it's been on the top of their list for information gathering.
And Loretta, can I ask if you've been in touch with Tom Caldwell and the troopers over there as well?
Of course.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, then we would want to have IED report back to us then, rather than just, what I'd like to not do is money laundering's come up in the gaming context. And, I just think that all of us could be briefed and educated on it and any risks that it poses, and then how we're mitigating it. So
we're not ready to do that, educating you from what we found yet, but that's an active area that we are looking at, and I'll connect with Mark separately as well.
Excellent, thanks.
Separate note, I mean, we talk about, our budget and things like that we're going to be talking about. I think that's coming up soon. Different things we might want to spend money on. And I know MCLE and other entities also do AML trainings, kind of basic, high level, but that might be something also to do so that when IB comes back and starts talking to us with more specificity, there's an understanding at a high level of some of the basic AML language and statutes. And
makes great sense, Commissioner O'Brien. We're working on that side for human trafficking, so we get more.
Right.
These are big areas in gaming, and we just need to be very, very well acquainted with the risks. So,
all
right.
I'm trying to pull all of this together. And I clearly hear an interest of the commission to pursue this. And but going back to sort of trying to understand what the scope of a research project would be in this, it would be my recommendation that we, as the research division, do more to scope out what a potential study would look like in consultation with the GEU, with Director Lilios, perhaps consulting with the Attorney General's office, and we have connections with UNLV, but that obviously we don't have a scope, and I wasn't prepared to sort of introduce a study today, but I'm happy to shift and pivot to do so if that's the wish of the commission.
Mr. Skinner?
Well, I just wanted to lend a little bit of support to Mark's uncertainty, I guess. Just as I'm reading the feedback, it wasn't immediately clear to me what commissioners are asking for, what we are asking for. Commissioner O'Brien did lend a bit of clarity to that. And I think the suggestion, to have a high level understanding of AML in general is a good one. But then also, I wonder if it makes sense for commissioners to have a broader understanding of, its jurisdiction relative to AML, as it intersects with sports wagering and gaming in general. I think that the topic is a good one and it's worthwhile. But I do think that I at least need to be a bit more educated as to specifically the commission's interests here and where we need to sort of bow out, if you will, and allow law enforcement officials like the AG's office, GEU, state police to do their thing. So just very generally, I'm not sure what the ask is either.
This is perhaps why I'm thinking we need to become more educated on this issue, Commissioner Skinner. And I'll leave it at that. I think that Mark and Loretta can connect. I do think it's absolutely part of our obligation to ensure that the public has full trust in the integrity of gaming in Massachusetts. So I don't think I think there's enforcement. We're actively involved with this. IEB is under the commission. So I think it's, from my perspective, it's worth exploring. And if you allow Mark and Loretta to decide whether there's something that could be addressed to help the efforts that are underway, and then can return back, I think it would be great. Otherwise, I like the idea of at least the training Eileen brought up, and then Commissioner O'Brien brought up, and then we can go from there. Does that make sense?
Yes, of course, Madam Chair, it does. And I didn't mean to suggest that the commission does not have an interest. I just, to your point, I'd like to be educated a little bit more as to, what that is or should be, and where we draw the line and separate ourselves from law enforcement officials, because it is criminal activity after all.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Next,
So next piece of feedback from the commission during that same meeting was a question about the use of primary patron data from online sports, mobile sports wagering operators. So for example, in terms of pattern player behavior in terms of the context of advertising models, to identify risk markers and the effects of advertising on customer acquisition and player behavior. This is captured a little bit in the proposed advertising study looking at different player acquisition models and its effects on play behavior. That would likely require us to have a better understanding of actual player behavior. And I think that this is an area that is worth the commission pursuing, whether it be policy or regulatory approach. Unlike Chapter 23K, there isn't a specific carve out currently for us to capture that player behavior. So I think the commission would need to grapple with that to try to find the appropriate path forward. But going back, I completely agree that this is a worthwhile endeavor for the commission, both in terms of advertising, but also in terms of understanding player risk and developing effective, responsible gaming tools.
any questions for Mark on that?
Okay.
Next item.
The next item is actually, it's a theme that kind of came through both in the meeting with the commission meeting, but as well as the Gaming Research Advisory Committee and the Gaming Policy Advisory Committee. There's a lot of interest and commitment to the community-driven research category that the Gaming Commission has. There were questions about funding and whether or not there was adequate funding for these types of community-based research projects. Would more funding provide more opportunities for deeper research? Specifically, is it important to continue to stress the importance of thinking about equity in all aspects of the work because people of color are disproportionately impacted by gambling? So I think absolutely the commission will continue funding for this category. We've the Community Mitigation Fund under Chief Delaney and team, we've developed a line of funding for community engaged research there. The Gaming Research Advisory Committee questioned whether the current funding structure that we have set up, so the RFR process and the way that we've organized the funding, whether or not that is adequate and captures the right people. And I think that is absolutely a legitimate question that we need to continue to pursue. At this point, I didn't have a change within the research agenda. There remains a commitment of about $200,000 per year for this specific research category. And that does not include the community mitigation fund dollars or support for this type of research. I think Bonnie and I would look at the structure of the RFR and closely to make sure that it's appealing to the right community groups, and we're casting the net as broad as possible.
Questions for Mark on this? So I know that I expressed concern about the budgeting, and I do prioritize this community-based research because of the very reasons that you articulated, Mark. I want to point out that it is great that we are using our community mitigation funds to support. I'm understanding it doesn't supplant public health trust funds being used. That's correct, right, Mark? The 200,000.
It's in addition.
It's an addition. It is different because, as I understand it, for community mitigation fund, a nonprofit that could be funded directly under our public health trust fund would have to find a government local community partner under the community mitigation fund in order to get funding. Correct?
That is correct. And that's it, to your point. It's really important that we don't supplant, that it's in addition to. The goals of that particular type of research remain the same, but you're right. That is an important distinction.
It's a bit of an additional barrier, right? If we were to really look at our own regulatory review, and it's $200,000 with how many research projects contemplated?
Two.
And so for public safety, how much do we allocate for two?
For public safety research, Bonnie, could you pull up the spreadsheet that lays that out? And so I think that, Madam Chair, what your question is, we have two studies proposed under public safety. One is a Plainville study, and the other is a study looking at the impacts of casinos on human trafficking in the state.
Yeah, so just as a, is that 200,000 as well? Are they evenly funded? Like, do we take two projects like that?
Yeah.
I guess I'm just wondering, I heard you say you didn't make any adjustments, and yet I know, at least I'm not sure how much support I got at the time, so I don't want to assume a consensus here. But as to the budget, and I'm hearing the GRAC also raise questions. The GPAC also raised issues.
Correct.
And I know I was just at the AGA board meeting, and they asked about your work, and I stressed how this is a big piece of our thinking right now. Can we offer them anything more? Is what I'm wondering. Mainly because I know at a certain point in time, each of the community-based research, they have to really work hard to develop the trust within the community, to get the data that they need from, it all, Mark, I don't have to, and Dr. Andrews, you know it better than anyone, to establish that information. So it seems like they almost have to work harder to get their data. And I want to make sure that we're respecting that work, the capturing of the community voices, and making sure that those who are engaged in it, who we want to represent the community, that maybe they are most likely members of the minority community, are getting paid the right wage to do that research.
Yeah. I think it goes back to really taking a look at our procurement, the way that we structure that RFR. In the last funding cycle, we had 2 applications and ended up funding one of them. And so that is evidence that we need to take a look at the way that we're funding this type of research. Bonnie just put in my comments. So public safety funding for FY24 is 115,000. And Bonnie, just to confirm, that includes both the Plainville public safety study as well as the for human trafficking. So it's less than what
it's less than what we do for community based.
Yes.
Well, then maybe that reflects that data collection a little bit, right, Mark? I know that we have other, research that's much more expensive. Is there another one that? Commissioners, I've said my piece. No need to go on.
And Madam Chair, I completely concur. This is a line of research that we've engaged in now for maybe 5 or 6 years. It's produced a number of studies that I think are really, really interesting, contribute to the body of knowledge both in Massachusetts and beyond. The Asian Care Study is a prime example of an excellent example of the type of community-driven research that we've engaged. If it's the wish of the commission for us to go back and sharpen our pencil to identify additional dollars that could go towards this, it would, we would need to take a look at across the research agenda and possibly into responsible gaming, but we could certainly do so.
Okay, commissioners, you can take that into consideration. And then the final one.
Yeah, the final, during the GPAC meeting last Thursday, one of the members had an interesting question in relation to the public safety research that we've done that I had not considered, which was trying to understand the incorporating the expenditures for public safety, the public safety workforce as it relates to the public safety impacts that are being measured. And we have not done that in the past, though, and our recommendation would be, as we move forward with this line of research, we can consult with Justice Research Associates to ask them to incorporate this within that specific study. I don't see an additional cost to doing this, and it's something that we can integrate.
Commissioners, I have one more comment for Mark. Any comments from you or questions? Okay, the only other comment, Mark, on the, I know that I believe we updated the commission the other day, but Sigma is in fact looking at the impact of the regulated sports wagering market on the illegal sports wagering market. I had asked that the research agenda be amended to include that, and there was some question about scope, et cetera, but you came back and did say that they're looking at that. I wonder if that could be reflected somewhere on this document.
Certainly, we can add that. I'm sorry it wasn't included in there.
No, that's okay. Thanks. Just a reminder. I'm so pleased because the timing is right now for baseline, so that's why it works. So I'm happy over that. That was good luck. That was good luck. Okay. Anything else? You need a vote today.
And Madam Chair, one other, there is a carve out of the research agenda for an ad hoc economic report, and so to be determined by September at the latest. And so I think that's something for us to think about in terms of what research direction, what type of economic research we may consider related to sports wagering or casino gambling.
I always like the ad hoc, Mark.
I do too.
I'm glad you share that. It's like a little chance for us to pivot. All right. Commissioner Hill, you got a motion?
I've been hogging all the motions today, Madam Chair, but I do have one if you'd like one. I move that the commission approve the proposed FY24 gaming research agenda as included in the commissioner's packet and discussed here today.
Have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Commissioner O'Brien?
Aye.
Commissioner Hill?
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner?
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard?
Aye.
And I vote yes with just a notation about if there's any sharpening of the pencil that can be had, I would love for you to explore that. And I love Dr. Andrews' smile. So thank you. Appreciate that very much. Aye. 5 yeses.
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Sure.
Madam Chair and Commissioners. If I may just add, we will continue to look at AML as it relates to sports wagering. We will look at the structure of the community-driven research and the way that we're procuring, and in addition, looking at sharpening our pencil for that. We will definitely have our eye on player data and ways to leverage that, avenues to access that and leverage that for responsible gaming, and keeping an eye on where we can draw specific information and perhaps even a specific report to address the impacts of the legal and regulated market on the illegal market in Massachusetts.
Excellent. Great work. And you did a very nice job at the GPAC. Thank you so much. I was there for that. Appreciate it. Appreciate the whole team's contribution. All right. Commissioner O'Brien has graciously said that she would allow us to roll over her item 7. I'd like to have Grace explore with Trudy whether or not we could move that into our discussion for Wednesday. We have included, after agenda setting, and a meeting with limited items. One, it would be our budget, and perhaps because this is quite internal to our operations, it might make sense to have this discussion be part of that. But I'm not sure about commissioner schedules, so that's why we need to see Trudy and Grace can work their magic, and then we anticipate an executive session that afternoon. So next we do have we are anticipating a final executive session discussing a matter that's appropriate for executive session should we so vote. Commissioners, as you know, I must read this into the record, and you can ask any questions of our general counsel. Commission's anticipated to meet in executive session in accordance with GL Chapter 30A, Section 21A7, and GL Chapter 4, Section 726F to discuss investigatory materials related to the issuance of a sports wagering license necessarily compiled out of the public view by the IEB, the disclosure of which materials would probably so prejudice the possibility of effective law enforcement that such disclosure would not be in the public interest. Public session of the commission meeting will not, we do not anticipate reconvening at the conclusion of the executive session should we so vote. With that said, commissioners, any questions, or do I have a motion?
I can move, Madam Chair. I would move that the commission go into executive session on the matter just stated by the chair and for the reasons just stated by the chair on the record.
Second.
Thank you. Any questions for Todd? All right. With that said, Commissioner O'Brien.
Aye.
Commissioner Hill.
Aye.
Commissioner Skinner.
Aye.
Commissioner Maynard.
Aye.
And I vote yes. So that's 5-0 to move into this executive session. This will conclude our public portion of this meeting, and I just wish to thank the entire team. You all worked very, very hard for this meeting to prepare, and we also thank the independent monitor for the presentation this morning. It's been a very productive day, and for us, it hasn't concluded. We'll let Dave Souza bring us to our proper virtual meeting space. So thank you, everyone. Appreciate all your hard work.
Should be all set. And again, if anybody needs to be added to the executive session that is not, please feel free to let me know and I can add you to the breakout room.